2020. Let me call the meeting to order. Mr. Mose, roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Pernell Valona.
Hello, Mr. President. Good morning. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I'm here.
Sir. Honorable S. and J. Wanika. Here. Sir. Chair, we have 4 members, constituted quorum.
Okay, thank you for the roll call. Ado, Shenantai, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you for taking the time to convene in this regular meeting. Kwagi Satile, Honorable Edison Wanika, could you provide us with invocation?
Hakushio Chair, Akela, and the committee members, Kashin, Power has them say a word of prayer before we start our meeting. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, thankful for this beautiful new day, another opportunity for us to take care of the things we need. Thankful for the good night's rest that we had, and for all the blessings that thou bestows upon each and every. Thankful for our families, for our loved ones, for our parents, for our brothers and sisters, and for community members. Thankful for our leadership, our president, vice president, council delegates, all the leaders at the local level, the chapter officials, school board, all the programs that we have on Navajo Nation, the programs, and thankful for our veterans for all that they do, all that they have done to ensure that we have the freedom that we have to do the things that they have fought to ensure for each and every one of us. For all the blessings, Father, and we're so the members of the HES committee have to take care of the responsibility that we have. Be with us as we discuss the items on the agenda, the presentations that will be made, the programs that will be providing the presentation, that they might have that spirit to be with us as they make their presentation and their concerns, and that we might be able to address all the items that they have, that we might be able to help in the way that they can, that we can, Father. Thankful, Father, for everything. Father, bless our families, and bless those that are sick, those that are mourning, those that are suffering, Father, that comforting and hands might be with them. Thankful for being able to help one another during this pandemic, Father, and I know the numbers are going up again. Help us that we might help one another, educate one another, be able to be safe, that we might. And we ask thee that thou will be with us throughout the rest of this day, Father. When time comes that we might return to our homes in safety. Pray for in that Son's name.
Mr. Mose, the system, I think, went on mute. I don't hear anything.
You hear us now, sir? You hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I didn't, during the prayer, the system went on mute, so we didn't hear when Honorable Wanika concluded. Thank you, Cecilia, for providing the invocation. And let's move on to announcements, committee members. Do the committee members have any announcements? There's no announcement from the committee. Let's go to item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. For the callers on the line, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Shannon, Honorable Chair, Otto, committee members. This is Marcus Tooley with Facility Maintenance, and I have Adrian Laarkey also with Facility Maintenance. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Rebecca Baca with the Aging and Long-Term Services Department. Thank you for the invitation, Honorable So and Honorable Slater. I appreciate the opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Marquis Yazzie from the Navajo Area Indian Health Service. I'm also joined here today by Mr. Ben Alford and Mr. Von Gilson and Mr. Gabe McDonald. Thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Terry Clashen with OPVP. I am filling in for Derek Franklin this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair So, also members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. My name is Zane James. I'm here with Western Sky Community Care. I also have my colleague, Shayna Yellowhair Flores on the line as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and committee members. This is Sheena Yellowhair Flores, and I'm with Arizona Complete Health. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. And we have some new folks on the call. Miss Rebecca Baca. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate your cooperation to have input on an agenda item this morning. Otto, Ms. Clashen, thank you for calling in. Otto, all the other folks on the call, thank you. We are convened into our regular meeting, and so just a text from Honorable Vice Chair that he will be calling in shortly. So that takes us to agenda item number 3, Roman numeral number 3. Ms. Angelita Benali, could you review the agenda with the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning. You have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, June 15th, 2022. Presiding the Honorable Daniel E. So as chairperson and the Honorable Carl R. Slater as vice chairperson. Place is the via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt journals. None. 5, reports. A is the Indian Health Services Navajo area regarding the fiscal year 2022 SDS listing and the IIJA appropriations that was allocated on May 31st, 2022. The second is the residential septic system update. The third is the loop to Delcon Waterline project concerns. Presenters are Marcus Yazzie, Director for the Office of Indian Self-Determination of the Navajo Area Indian Health Services. B is the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance Division of General Services, and it's regarding the report regarding assuring the working air conditioning systems and office buildings to provide a safe and quality work environment for employees to conduct services and operations of to the Navajo public. Also, the number of Navajo Nation buildings without proper working air conditioning, a timeline and issues of fixing air conditioning systems to work properly in Navajo Nation buildings, and also the vital records building non-working air conditioning system. Presenters, Mr. Marcus Tooley, Department Manager 3 with the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance. C is the Navajo Nation Department of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. Regarding the Deltex program budget update and reports of shortfalls at senior centers in the Deltex third-party agreements with Navajo Nation with New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. Presenters are Ms. Valerie Jones, Health Service Administrator with Deltex, and Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. D is the Arizona Complete Health / Care First Health Plan, and presentation of the Arizona Complete Health Care First Health Plan, also the managed care for health insurance for Medicaid eligible individuals. Presenters are Ms. Sheena Yellow Hair Flores, Tribal Program Supervisor, and Mr. Zane James, Tribal Liaison with the Western Sky Community Health Care. 6, new business, none. 7, old business, none. 8 is close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members?
Motion, hello?
Motion, I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Pernell Halona. Do I hear a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, any additions or modifications to the agenda that's been motioned?
Vice Chair, you're breaking up.
Chair Wanika.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Winika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee, and all those that are listening in. Appreciate your attendance. My concern has to do with First Point School. But, I just want to add, not add this agenda, but maybe the next agenda. There's a concern from parents, students that haven't gotten their shots. They were told they can't go back to school until they get their shots. Parents are concerned because they don't have the means to have the kids go to school at home. They don't have laptops or things like that. So they're very concerned, and they said it should be left up to the parents. And I think the precaution that they have as far as wearing their mask and all that, they're willing to do all that. They were told they can't come back to school. So I'd like to have those parents express their concerns. Executive session, maybe at the next meeting, Chair. I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Winika. Let's, at the end of the meeting, let's consider your request. Because the school that you're talking about, is it a BIE operated or a contracting grant school?
It's a contract school.
Okay, so in that case, we would also enlist the help of Department of Education and Dr. Jill Jim.
Chair.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Oh, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Shania. I apologize, committee members, for getting on late. I was doing a road assessment with NDOT for a deteriorating road and wasn't able to get back into service until just now. But Chair, at the work session yesterday, we said that we would, I think, add an action item, and I guess that'd be at the end of new business on scheduling a follow-up work session for the financial situation, the processing of contracts and grants, and then spending down dollars in the Division of Social Services. We were not able to get OMB and OOC on the line yesterday. We got a written report from them while we were in the middle of our session. So I just would request to modify to include that item, and then we can have the discussion at the end of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's before we close, we'll discuss that again, because that the special session also, Speaker made an announcement that he may schedule a special session on the 22nd and the 23rd. And I'm trying to get clarification from Chief of Staff. If that happens, we'll have to reschedule the June 22nd regular meeting. So we may look at the 27th June. That's where I personally have an opening, and the committee can look at their calendars to verify an opening also. That would be the thoughts, Honorable Winika and Honorable Slater. With that, committee members. The only other, it's a minor modification on the Doltex item. And additional presenters will be Miss Rebecca Baca, and Miss Baca, is Miss Marvina Chavez going to be on the call too?
Good morning, Chairman. I'm sorry, she's working on another project and will not be able to be on the call, but I will keep her informed. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, any changes to the agenda, we will, the request for Honorable Winika and Honorable Slater will be addressed after item 7. With that, committee members, that would address the next work session and regular meeting. Committee members? Any further requests? If there's none, then Mr. Mose, roll call vote to adopt the agenda.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Paul Begay was screen. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. was screen. Honorable Pernell Colonna. Honorable Pernell Colonna. Now Colonna votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Oh, hello, committee members. Auto Shabizer, Honorable Charlene So. Thank you for being on the call this morning. So with that, we go to item number 3. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you've completed item number 3. Item number 4 is review and adopt the journals, none. And the next item would be 5, reports. A, the Indian Health Service Navajo area. And the presenters are Mr. Marcus Yazzie, Director of the Office of Indian Self-Determination for the Navajo Area Indian Health Service. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for getting me back in line. With that, Mr. Marcus Yazzie.
Hi, good morning, delegates. So, in committee, my name is Marquis Yazzie. Just wanted to first say I appreciate the committee for taking the time and coordinating this call and for allowing the Navajo Area Indian Health Service to provide updates. Again, my name is Marquis Yazzie. I currently serve as the Director for the Office of Indian Self-Determination, the Navajo Area Indian Health Service. Again, Yate She Marquis Yazzie Inishia. Sorry, Do Kichi Dashiche, Sayago Chi Nechi Dena Sha, Do Not George De Shran. I'm also joined here today by Captain Brian Johnson, Mr. Dave McDonald, Miss Yvonne Key Billison, and Mr. Benjamin Alford. We'll be providing information on some of these 3 topic items. But again, I just want to say thank you to each one of you for your dedicated and tireless work over the months during this ongoing pandemic. Today's discussion will focus on 3 particular areas: fiscal year 2022 SDS listing and the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Appropriation that was allocated on May 31st of 2022, residential septic system updates, as well as the loop to Gilcon water line project concerns. Chair, I'm more than willing to go through each one of those particular items. Or if you want to pause in between to ask specific questions. So please let me know and then I can proceed.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Yazzie. Yeah, let's, after each item, then we'll open the floor for questions.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm also just wanted to, Miss Rosenso is on, the Navajo area director, so I do apologize for not including her. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just let me know if you guys have that information right in front of you. I can get started. So again, just to provide some background information, on May 31st of 2022, the Indian Health Service did inform tribes as well as the tribal organizations of the recent allocation decision regarding the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for the IHS Sanitation Facilities Construction Program. And as some of you who are not familiar, the SFC program works in partnership with tribes to prevent the spread of disease by providing American Indian Alaska Native homes as well as communities with essential water supply, sewage disposal, and solid waste disposal facilities. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, or IIJA, appropriates approximately $700 million in fiscal year 2022 through 2026 for a total of $3.5 billion for the SFC program. And it also provides, in this particular illustration, provides a national breakdown of all the inclusive costs over the next 5 years. So as you can see, the project costs, funding category, annual amount, as well as total amount. So project cost per year is about $675.5 million. Salary and expenses and administration up to 3%, 21 million. HHS, OIG, 5.5% for 3.5 million. So that collectively gets you the 700 million that will be allocated each year. So over the course of the next 5 years, that totals $3.5 billion. But when we do break it down a little bit more for fiscal year 2022 funding allocation decision, funding allocation decision, we'll get into those costs a little bit more specifically. But again, just due to the various tribal consultations that were initiated by the Indian Health Service, a lot of this information was based on review and consideration of input received through those consultations. The IHS decided to use current SDS data, as well as the agency's existing funding mechanisms to allocate these resources. And these resource allocations decisions do align with the recommendation from tribal leaders to prioritize funding for projects that have completed the funding phases and can be immediately placed into design and construction phases. So again, when we do go into the activity breakdowns for Tier 1 project constructions, we are looking at approximately $581 million for fiscal year 2022 funding for Tier 1 project construction costs. And a Tier 1 project is considered ready to be be funded because planning is complete. And in addition, the IHS will also allocate $59.8 million for design and construction document creation activities related to these Tier 1 projects, which includes engineering, design, activities for proposed sanitation facilities, contract documents, and contract plans and specifications. So, as we go further on down, the IHS will also allocate approximately $33 million for the planning, design, and construction contract documents for creation of Tier 2 and Tier 3 projects. The IHS will also use fiscal year 2022 annual appropriations to support additional planning, design, and construction document creations for these activities in Tier 2 and Tier 3 project. And just to give you some background information, Tier 2 projects are projects that have a level of engineering assessments completed, such as the deficiency is understood and recommended by solutions. Let's see. Sorry about that. And these costs, such as the deficiencies understood and recommended solutions, will be analyzed a little bit further and scoped out. These project costs have a cost estimate and design parameters that are also accurate within a plus or minus 25%. And then when we do look at Tier 3 projects, our projects with cost estimates and design parameters do not have a specific accuracy target. So, and then when we do move on, we are allocating about $1.5 million for special and emergency projects. And special projects are funded and used to pay for research studies, trainings, or other needs related to the SFC program. And emergency project funds are provided to address water supply, as well as waste disposal emergencies caused by natural disasters or other unanticipated situations that require immediate attention to minimize or eliminate real and potential threats to public health. So, and again, when we do look a little bit more at the 3%, which amounts to about $21 million for salaries and expenses, we are looking on hiring additional staff, such as contract specialists, field engineers, as well as other administrative resources to carry on these particular projects. And there's also a funding category for HHS, Office of the Inspector General, which amounts to 0.05% or $3.5 million. And those Office of Inspector General will be monitoring that these funds are used in an appropriate manner from a national perspective. So again, that just gives you a general breakdown of some of the costs over the next annual amounts, as well as collectively the total of $3.5 billion and how those costs will be allocated. And when we do get into the Tier 1 project counts, there is a breakdown for Tier 1 projects. So we are looking at $128 million of what the Navajo area IHS will receive. Of those ineligible costs, about $450,000. And so collectively $128.5 million to fund about 118 Tier 1 projects for the Navajo area. And we did use the sanitation deficiency system tier one projects, and we'll be providing this information. So again, the 128 million does align with about 118 projects that'll be funded under tier one projects. But again, that just gives you a breakdown of the various cost activities, as well as the various locations that will be starting on tier one projects. And again, just collectively, from over the next 5 years, we are looking at $543.3 million, $21.7 million for ineligible costs. So over the next 5 years, we do anticipate funding approximately 349 projects in the SDS system. But again, these projects will be updated and refined to meet the current level of need. So we'll be working annually to get those updates. Typically, we provided the most recent update on December 31st for 2021. So we'll likely be projecting additional SDS projects under tier one around that time frame for fiscal year 2024, around December 31st of 2022. So, and here's just the description of the various levels that we'll be working with. But other than that, Chairman So, that does give you an idea of some of the project amounts that we'll be working under tier one SDS projects for the Navajo area. But again, I'm also joined here by Mr. Dave McDonald, as well as Ms. So, who will be able to also provide additional input in terms of some of these SDS projects. But again, the IHS are committed working with the Navajo Nation, and we do look forward to continuing our partnership and elevating the health status and working with various stakeholders on these projects in the next 5 years. And just to reiterate that these funds will remain available until expended. But and again, these are one-time, non-recurring funds, and can be only used for the purposes specified in the statutes. With that, Chairman, I will turn it back over to you and the committee for any specific questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Yazzie. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Chair.
Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shania. Mr. Yazzie, did you forward any of these documents to the committee?
I'm not, Delegate Slater. Once this call will conclude, I'll provide that information. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, when the IHS made the announcement for this first round of funding, I'd emailed in response, is it Terry Schmidt who sent it out, asking for a detailed breakdown of what is specifically funded on Navajo. And what I don't understand now is, have the funds been programmed into specific projects at tier one, or is it an estimation based off of a certain number of projects that have been evaluated at that level, and then IHS is going to allocate funding through some process after that at the area level? And I guess that's my first question to start off. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Delegate Slater. So again, we will be using the SDS system listing that was created again around December 31st of 2021. And there are about 118 projects listed. In terms of area priorities, from 1 to 118. So I'd be certainly able to provide that information over to you, but it also stems from the Deer Tribal Leader Letter that was provided, and that also lists the same projects that were identified based off of what Navajo provided to headquarters when they provided this Deer Tribal Leader Letter. So there is an Excel spreadsheet, and I'll be providing that information over to you. Dave, do you have any additional comments to Delegate Slater's question? Thanks.
members?
Yes, Marcus. Oh,
Go ahead.
hopefully you can hear me.
Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is my name is David McDonald. I work for IHS, the Sanitation Facilities Construction. To answer the question very specifically, we do not have our FY 2022 allocation yet. The amount that we're expecting is around 128 million based on the tier 1 projects in SDS, as Marquise explained. That total eligible amount is just slightly over 128 million. So based on that, that's what we're expecting. In our headquarters, I believe in the Deer Tribal Letter, it did say that the totals that were going to be released, but they have not released that money to us yet. So I don't know when they're going to do that. I think there's still some internal things going on, but we're expecting that money to arrive here shortly. We don't know exactly when, but what we are doing is we are writing what we call the project documents, the project summaries for those 118 projects on that list that total $128 million. So we're writing all that information that we need to, once the money arrives here, then that money will be split up into those different project numbers. And so the goal is to have that all obligated by October 1. We're going to be hard pressed to meet that deadline, but anyway, we are trying to get that done. So I don't know if there's any more specific questions, Delegate Slater, I can try and answer for you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Colleagues, do you recall receiving a copy of the Deer Tribal Leader Letter in the email system?
I got a copy of it, Chair.
Okay, I don't recall receiving it, so we could send it back out to the committee members. And I think we have a distinguished guest on our call, Miss Rosalind So. Please address the committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and members of the committee. This is Rosalind So. Good morning, everyone. I am listening in, and I will do the next presentation with regards to the septic tank issues, pending the questions on Marquise's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So. Committee members, we have follow-up.
Chair, I have a follow-up.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. McDonald and Marquise. So as I understand it, once you have the allocation actually released to you, then you'll have more clarity on which projects you'll actually be able to apply the funding for. You're working on those documents, and the goal is to have it obligated by October 1st. How do you plan to balance this new funding with existing projects and the existing resources you have, and what planning is taking place right now to advance these long-standing already funded projects where the nation's provided funding or IHS has had allocated funding, but they're not moving forward? Start off with that.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Delegate Slater. So thank you for that question. So with respect to the planning activities, this is something that Navajo has been involved with probably more than a year, mostly internal, looking at our internal resources and also reaching out to see what other options or opportunities that we have to improve our partnerships that we have with tribal, for example, in this case, tribal enterprises. Over the past month, we've had several conversations with NTUA, for example, one this morning again, addressing another issue, but really looking at collaboration with NTUA, NECA, and in addition to other federal partners. We have also posted on our external website where we are now trying to bring on our additional engineers and additional engineer technicians and other categories of staff that are needed to complete this work. So it's without a doubt a heavy lift for us. We are already down a significant amount of staff, and with these monies, we're also looking to staff up between 250 and 300 new staff to get this work done. And similar to the nursing situation that we have across the United States, we are in a similar situation with engineers. However, we are continuing to look at universities close to us, working with them to see how we can do the recruitment on that side. In-house, again, as I said, we are looking at how we're going to set up the business side so we can address questions, we can better communicate with our tribal partners, our homeowners that might be on the list and so forth. There's also an opportunity, and I don't think that this has occurred in the past, that while we have the number of lists, the number of projects that are on the list, some of those, I think, or probably the entire list, quite frankly, might be set up for tribal consultation in the Navajo area and trying to figure out how do we look at this and make sure that we maximize all of the resources that we have, plus, complete these projects in somewhat of a timely and efficient manner. I think given more time, we can talk some specifics. For example, the mini meal project, just as an example, that is on the list, that is on tier 1 list, but we all know that there's a lot of work because the mini meal projects includes multiple elements of the projects that need to be completed, and therefore, even though it is funded on the tier 1 list, we're still a bit out before that work will get started. We still want to continue to make sure that it stays on schedule or get it back on schedule, whichever way that we need to take a look at that. But there's also trying to figure out how do we get this done. We've talked about farming some of this work out. There's an opportunity there to farm some of this work out, maybe outside the Navajo enterprises, to try to get ahead or get on schedule with some of these projects. And if you recall the letter, I'll ask Marquise to send it back over again. If you recall the letter, the letter also specifically identified about $60 million that would be, that was going to be held back by IHS and made available for projects, because we know that the dollars that were used to generate the 2021 SDS list is probably significantly higher. And so the sooner we can move some of these projects to where they need to be, whether it be funding or starting the construction part of it, then we were going to be in a better situation to tap into some of those 600 or the $60 million that's has been identified to sort of cover these additional costs that we did not anticipate as a result of the pandemic and shipping and supplies and those kinds of issues that we're facing right now. So there are a number of things that we're doing, but I do think that more conversation is needed between Indian Health Service and Navajo Nation to ensure that we are all on the same page moving forward. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, committee member. Any follow-up? Any other discussion regarding this particular part of the report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Yazzie. And
Sure, I follow up if my colleagues don't.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to the funding, and you mentioned trying to get everything obligated by October 1st. If it is not obligated by October 1st, what are the repercussions? Would the funding go back to headquarters? And then what are any of the limitations on the spending timelines? I can't remember exactly what it is, but I recall that the funding is only appropriated and allocated for a certain number of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I apologize for not answering that part earlier. So these are what we call X funds or no year funds. And so they are subject to available until expended. Because of the nature of work that's required to complete the projects.
Rosalind, David McDonald here. Our typical obligation deadlines are October 1st. However, this is a separate new situation. I don't think, to answer your question, Delegate, the money would not go back. We would be given extensions to obligate that money. So it will remain here. Since we normally get our allocations in January, those October 1st deadlines are usually what we follow. But since it's already the middle of June and we still don't have that money, I'm sure there will be some leeway given for that.
Thank you for clarifying the aspect of the funding. Honorable Slater, do you have follow-up?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. So I'm trying to review the projects that are within my district, and I know Navajo area IHS and NTUA are familiar with this request that I've made. And the request was, could NTUA consider and IHS consider taking different chunks of funding, either geographically or within some sort of type of project, to take on the planning and design, or the design and engineering, and then the construction, in order to leverage more resources on top of what IHS already has. And again, we just have several projects in the district. We have the West Mesa project up in Rock Point. We have the Rough Rock North project. Both of those already have CSN funding or permanent trust fund funding. And when I look at the SDS listing from 2021, I believe it presents them as tier 2 and that they're not even tier 1. They've been sitting there for, let's see here, 2016, 2018. So we're talking about 4 and 6 years, and I'm not sure that any funding's been drawn down except for a nominal amount of planning dollars. We had asked IHS to provide a report a couple months ago, and unfortunately, I believe your engineer, Mr. Little Hat, was ill at the time, and he was not able to attend the meeting. And Mr. McDonald, I believe, was on the line, but didn't have the project specifics. So I just want to beseech you, Ms. So, I mean, at a very intimate level, having worked out here, serving your people, what the needs are. But, we're ready to go to IHS headquarters and start protesting because we just don't see a communication happening at the community level that conveys where the projects actually are and why, with millions of dollars that the nation's allocated prior, the projects aren't moving along. And I know everyone here is trying to do their best job for our people, but I really need something more, and our people need something more. The funding is good, but I want more flexibility in who can potentially administer some of these projects. NTUA, NECA, hiring on private contractors. I mean, if there's a way that the nation and IHS can come together, I think we should be open to, processing some engineering contracts through the nation to help move some of these along, providing a small amount of leveraging dollars so that these can remain as construction and move them forward. But I need your assistance. I'm just looking at the SDS again right now, and it's crushing to see them as tier 2 and not to have any specific updates on when these are actually going to be completed. Aside from people waiting for decades, when they got I think it was 2016 and 2018 funding, there was a presumption that they would move forward. And now I'm getting very concerned with project cost increase, that the PTF and CSN allocations will not be enough to cover them. And if they remain in tier 2, they're not going to be able to get funding soon to advance them. So those are a couple concerns that I have. And I know that the federal hiring and contracting process is cumbersome, and rightly so. You need to make sure you're using these dollars appropriately and that there's accountability and transparency. But because of that, I don't think it's as nimble as some tribal enterprises. And I would ask that, we continue that conversation. I'm going to have a meeting with NTUA on Friday, and I asked that IHS participate in that to look at some of these options. But like I said, we appreciate your work, but we're ready to come and protest in front of IHS at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Slater. This is Rosalind again. I appreciate your comments, and certainly would absolutely agree with every one of your comments, including the need to voice concerns probably throughout Indian country. However, I will say that I think that the tribal consultation that I talked about earlier is critical to try to set that up now. This has never happened, as far as I know, with regards to this list. It has never occurred within Navajo. I think IHS puts these lists together and we gather the information and so forth, and that's what we've been working on. But the tribal consultation, in my mind, would then help prioritize where do we focus first, or can some of these projects be combined with each other to maximize the resources that we have. I think that we've even had
Baby.
From,
Hi, are you in the middle? I am in the middle.
We've even had questions about what if the homeowner or the community does the work themselves, and can they be reimbursed? This is not the traditional work that IHS has done, and it's not the way that we've done business, but I would, certainly encourage, and I would, at least for Navajo area, be as flexible as we possibly can. But if we don't make any adjustments now, and we just keep looking at the list, I think you're right in that there's no mechanism right now, even for me, looking at this list, because of all of the resources that we have are trying to work on the list. But my question to my team is, are we working smart? I know that we have a lot of work in front of us, and we have the money in front of us. And your tier 2 projects, the money is there. It just was not allocated from IHS, of course, over the 5-year period. It will get allocated probably in year 2. That's my sort of assumption as to how IHS will fund this moving forward. There's also a debate going on now internally that IHS headquarters will now do all of the hiring for Navajo area for these engineers and these technicians. And, that just creates another level of challenges for me when we need boots on the ground today to be able to do some of this work, and even those low-hanging fruit projects that we might be able to, again, get to as quickly as possible, to be able to align those and figure out how can we farm this work out, talking with NTUA, talking with NECA. They're in the same boat that we are. They have people, limited people resources, and even if we were able to shift the money from IHS to NTUA, they're going to be where we're at right now. And so those are the conversations that we've been trying to work on. So, we've talked over the time that I've been here. What about other resources, maybe like Army Corps of Engineers? Yes, of course, it's going to cost us more money, but in the upfront, we'll have to cover that, find a way to cover that. But on the back end, it's going to address the long list that Navajo has. And I would surmise that our list, when you look at the slide that Marquise showed earlier, we have the most projects, and we have probably the largest land span that we're trying to address the issues on.
Chair, can I make one more request?
Yes, go ahead, Priscilla.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. So. And, I want you to know that the committee, when we were in DC, worked very hard to help advance your appointment. And we believe in your leadership, and we believe in what IHS is doing at Navajo area. And I'm really happy you're there, because with this level of infrastructure funding, I don't think that you can administer it from headquarters without having that appreciation on the ground, knowing what it's like to haul water every day or every other day. And I was just on the Mesa this morning in Round Rock, and that's one of those projects up there. It's a quote unquote infeasible project. And, it's about $6 million on the SDS in tier 2. That road right now, there's one section that's okay. The rest of it's pretty dang beat up. And that adds just additional costs to our traditional lifestyle when you have to haul water, at the wear and tear in your vehicle. And getting a watering point at the chapter was great during the CARES allocations and the funding that went to the federal government, and the coordination that happened with TCD and NTUA and IHS. But I have a meeting the 27th and the 28th, our Cheska Regional Council meeting for the 5 chapters that I represent. And because IHS was not able to make a report the last time we had a convening of the chapters, could you make sure that there is someone who can either provide a report at that time or have a written update on all of the projects within the district. That's the Round Rock Northeast Waterline Extension, Round Rock and Feasible Waterline Extensions, the Tsaley Black Rock project. We have the West Mesa project over in Rock Point. Then there's the well project over there that I know you're working with NTUA on. Rough Rock North Side, South Side, and the low pressure projects. And I'll email this all over to Marquise, and I hope he can coordinate. But our people really need an update in that communication. And I know it's been a challenge during the pandemic, but we need to get out of catch-up mode and just get back onto the right path. So yeah, thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, absolutely. We will have our team on the ground at that meeting and prepared to provide information.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for being diplomatic. Committee members, anyone else? Miss Roseland, so I'm going to get off the subject matter a little bit. I'm concerned that a Navajo was already appointed as assistant director by HS, and I'm concerned that it might slow your confirmation down. I don't know if that's internal IHS.
Yeah, thank you.
I hate to call it politics, but you know, the bigger overarching aspect is we want you confirmed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I get, this is what I know. One, as part of the process, there's a number of interviews or meetings that I have with different senators. They get to ask me questions. They get to, you know, hopefully get to know me a little bit better. But in one of the meetings, that particular decision of IHS was raised about, you know, basically at this point, 3 top officials in IHS could very well be members of the Navajo Nation. That being said, I think that they also understand this was not my decision, and it's not anything that I had anything to do. So moving forward, I think that's a factor in terms of trying to navigate through that particular process. What I will say that a majority of the meetings that I've had and a majority of the concerns that were raised is really just this accountability, the SFC projects, just making sure that IHS moves forward in a positive and provides safe and quality care. And so those were really the areas of focus. I had one senator that did ask me that, and did ask that I be mindful of those, you know, my role, should I be confirmed, to make sure that, you know, I'm representing all of Indian country, again, should I be confirmed. But that's where I'm at. My role, at least today and over the past months, has not changed. My focus will remain on Navajo until such time that I'm informed otherwise.
So you went silent on us.
I'm
sorry.
What's that?
Yeah. So, and then just so the committee is aware, again, this is Rosalind. So I am told that, you know, at this point, there's a series of sort of back and forth additional questions that I can receive from the senators. or the committee members rather, not the senators, the committee members. And that is happening right now. We're hoping to wrap that part up. And then at some point, they will vote me out of this committee and then on to the next level, which of course would be the vote on the Senate floor. So I'm aware of that process and aware also that there was an earlier date in June that was being considered to where we might wrap my part up, at least as far as the Indian Affairs Committee. But I think that that might get adjusted a little bit because of the other pressing priorities in Indian country. For example, the boarding school hearings and so forth. So there's a number of competing elements moving forward. But the next step would be to address all of the questions that any remaining questions, which I have responded to my part of it, and then they will go back to assuming that the Senate, that the committee is pleased or will accept all of the comments, then they will move forward on their step to move me out of the committee and on to the next level. So I'm guessing I'm probably certainly weeks, if not a couple more months out. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. So. On behalf of the committee, we still very much in full support of your appointment and confirmation. Yeah. Well, then let's go on to the next part of the report.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Rosalind again. I just wanted to, and I'm going to ask Marquise to send over a presentation. I apologize for not sending that to you earlier. Oh, actually, you're seeing it on the screen right now. We'll also send a hard copy over for you. So this was, again, some of the conversations that we've been documenting and having with NTUA and NECA regarding some of the issues that we have. Of course, we can go past the slide. We've talked about the monies that we have from Indian Health Service. What I really want to spend a little bit of time on, and some of you might be familiar with several of the email messages and sort of desperate cry from Delegate Key Allen Begay regarding some of the projects that he has identified in his 5 chapters. So he has documented and identified 166 homes. Now, again, these were families that probably have water or septic services provided to them at some time in the past. Some of them probably way old, many years ago. And of course, these are not a one and done kind of system, but these are systems that are failing or have failed. And there were photos that were attached. I did not incorporate those photos because they're not my photos. Anyway, so the 166 homes that were identified, these are out of 5 chapters, and therefore creates a fair amount of risk, at least for me. If there's anything that's keeping me up at night, it's trying to figure out how we're going to address these homes. And yes, we can say this is a homeowner's issue. We can say, find all kinds of reasons why we should not focus or maybe don't have to focus on this. But I want to bring it to this committee's attention. Of the 166 homes, and by the way, we know that this is only 5 chapters, and so maybe you can multiply the numbers by the rest of Navajo country in terms of other systems that have not been identified. Of the 166 homes that have been identified, 19 of them are included on the SDS list, which means that, of course, 147 homes are not funded presently and therefore need some kind of a way that we also address this. So one simple thing, of course, is that maybe we wait for 2022 or whatever SDS list is coming next to then identify and put these 147 homes on. My concern, of course, is it's a public health risk. some of the photos that have been circulated certainly demonstrate that. There are, and one of the photos that I recall has playground equipment and a little tricycle right next to this failed septic system. And so there is concern, of course, of not just the family, the children, possible issues, but also, our livestock and so forth that we rely on. So one of the things that we're trying to do is trying to figure out how can we get to these 147 homes for immediate assessment. We need to know, for example, not to create another list, but we need to know which ones do we need to identify first, that we are saying this is high priority, this is a risk to Navajo families and so forth. And then we need to also identify the funding. The funding, since only 19 have been identified on the SDS list and therefore will be addressed somewhere along the way. And then we have to keep in mind the workforce. I think that as we move forward, this will continue to be our biggest challenge, is finding a workforce that meets our needs. And going back to the comment I made earlier about IHS headquarters taking this responsibility on for us, to my dismay, and is that it's not just a matter of bringing in engineers and technicians and so forth. We need people that understand the local systems that we have in place. We need someone that can speak Navajo. We need someone that has these additional skills that are going to be able to help us communicate and get this work completed. So whether we look at I'm just focusing on the 166 now. And actually this morning, I was on a call with NTUA, and it was reported that Navajo probably has somewhere in the midst of 50,000 septic system projects. So we've just identified these few here when you look at when you think about all of Navajo and the 50,000. So we can again get this work done. If we say if we're saying it's an emergency and it's a public health issue, then we're going to have to take the current resources that we have and redirect them to these 147 projects, or the ones that we believe that are going to rise to the top of those 147, or maybe we can work to contract this activity out. And then trying to look at how do we move forward from here. So keeping in mind that we are here today, we know how we got here today and why we're here today. But if we don't change and adjust moving forward, for example, really creating a sustainable maintenance system moving forward, then we will be right back here next year and the year after and 10 years from now. So I want to just make sure that we're keeping the big picture in mind here. The next slide, please. So some of the things that we talked about, and this is a presentation that we worked with our tribal enterprises, NTUA and NECA, is that we really need to take a look at. Again, I know we've had many conversations about this, but the approval processes, is there any way we can expedite some of these permits that might be required, or other clearances? We're not asking to bypass a tribal law or federal law. We're just saying, is there a way that we can expedite this process? And then, of course, there's some home site lease limitations. You all might know this better than I do, but my understanding is that when a home site lease is approved, that if we have, of course, when you're replacing a septic system, you're probably going to have to go to a different location on the home site lease. And sometimes that is just a little bit outside the home site lease. And so we are not permitted to go that far. And so therefore that's going to be a limitation. But understanding that we just can't, take out what was previously built and put it, just replace it in that same location. It has to be a different site, a little ways away from where the current system is at. There are also what we need to make sure is making sure that, of course, in some of the areas, for example, in the Chinle area, the type of terrain that we're working with and the clay out there, sometimes that has those provide its own challenges just in terms of replacing or placing, for that matter, the septic systems. And then, of course, there are the archaeological surveys and the T&E clearance waivers of tribal trust. So what this is that we know also that the current system with regards to getting a home site lease, it does require this archaeological survey, but there may be some of these homes that have had home site leases many years ago, and these archaeological surveys might not be available, and so that could create another delay when we're talking again about an emergency situation where we're trying to look at the 166 additional projects that have been identified. These projects have been clearly identified. We know where they're located now, and the Delegate Begay has done an outstanding job in identifying this need and subsequent workload. Next slide. So again, we know that that as we just talked about, there's already a need for engineers and technicians to get this work done. There's already a demand for the ongoing SDS list. This would mean that we would have to reprioritize the workforce to address these particular 166 projects and others, because we are now hearing from other delegates of issues in their particular areas. If we run this, if we're calling this a public health emergency, and if we can integrate it into the current Navajo Nation public health declaration, emergency declaration, then there's a possibility that and even right now, I think Navajo Nation should make a request for a deployment team. This would be public health officers that we could tap into. At a minimum, we should be able to tap into this, just similar to what we did with the water projects when the pandemic first came to us. We can also work to continue to work with NTUA and NECA and push some of the work to them if they're able to do that. And then also look at all of our other options, like collaborations with other engineering programs and students. And there may be other options. These were just in our meetings what we've identified as possible ways that we could address this. Next slide. So the part that I want to stress is that I'm concerned about some of the photos that I have seen, and I think that it's not simple as you know, just moving forward from today, but we've got to find a solution here to try to figure out how we address the SDS list that we just talked about, that's already been on these lists for years and years, and then now identifying some of these projects that are a safety risk to many of our Navajo families. That being said, we also talked about, you know, not how do we prevent IHS and the Navajo Nation and NECA and everybody, NTUA, everybody from getting in this situation again. One of the solutions that we talked about was maybe we can purchase some pumper trucks and locate them within the 5 agencies on Navajo Nation, and work to try to figure out how we can get some of these homes addressed. And this is not necessarily a permanent solution, but it could be if it was incorporated into a business plan that maybe that is part of NTUA's system already. For example, maybe there's a nominal $10 a month, and I realize even $10 a month is a lot for many families, but if they were to incorporate that into a payment to NTUA into our water bills, that maybe after a 3-year period, that would cover the cost of using the pumper trucks throughout Navajo Nation to pump the septic systems, to make sure that we're reviewing and doing that. The other part is that we also talked about securing some funds to do the engineering study for a disposal stations around Navajo Nation. So because if we have the pumper trucks, they have to go somewhere to dispose of the products that they are going to gather from the home. So again, trying to look at a system moving forward so our Navajo families have options and they don't wait till we're sort of in the crisis that we are in right now. What I did commit to in our meetings was that I would look for the funding to see if we could buy the pumper trucks. I would look for the funding to do the engineering studies. We have done that. We believe that we have an option to try to secure funding. But again, if that just adds to the overall workload, but also wanting to keep us looking forward that we create a sustainable system on Navajo so we don't get to where we are at right now. We, of course, have to keep looking at staffing, equipment, and then the low monthly fee that I just described. That's not my area of expertise, but certainly a way that we could make this program sustainable. Next slide, if that's it. So again, looking at our next steps here is really looking to find if there's a way, because I cannot declare a public health emergency. I know we are already in one that's been identified for Navajo Nation. Can we incorporate this into that? Should we incorporate this into that? Is it a public health emergency? And then where do we go from there? And or stand up a emergency operations command that allows us, again, using that kind of a model, it allows us to access all the resources that we have available to us to try to prioritize, as Delegate Slater has talked about. Maybe this is something we look at for the SDS, is standing up Emergency Operation Command, because then you look at all the resources. Communication flows better, and sometimes flows better in that kind of a system. We want to make sure that we develop a system moving forward that documents all of the systems. If in fact we have 50,000 on Navajo Nation, we have to be able to put those on some kind of a schedule, or at least be aware of where they are at and where they might be in the process of replacement and those kinds of things. We do that in the medical field. We closely monitor our medical equipment, and they are on a replacement system. I'm thinking that this is the same kind of model that we can use for monitoring these. We also think that working and incorporating work as soon as possible with the chapters and the Division of Community Development is critical, because they are the ones that are on the ground that might be able to help us gather this information moving forward. And then, of course, this information would be used to update the SDS list. And then, of course, the final focus again is just we need to keep thinking about a sustainable system that will prevent Navajo Nation from getting back in the situation that we are in today, at least with the 166 projects that have been identified in the 5 chapters. Thank you, Chairman. So.
Thank you, Ms. So. Committee members, any follow-up questions? I guess the other part, off the reservation, rather than the continued use of the perforated drainage pipes that are anywhere from 6 to 8 inches in diameter, and they're pre-drilled. There is another system. In fact, when I was installing my own septic system, we used it. This was back in '95. I can't remember the exact, like a U-shaped polyethylene structure, and all I had to do was make sure it had a sand base, and then through those sections together, 4-foot sections, they're about maybe 42 inches wide, upside down U, and went out 80 feet. from the septic system, just a regular green pipe, to basically go into that, what I would say, a tunnel, about 6 feet into the tunnel with a solid or undrilled pipe from overflow of the septic system. And so that's being used. And I'm wondering if the IHS has approved that type of installation. Gosh, I can't remember the exact name of that particular black polyethylene structure. Because I realized that, you know, the drill pipe with the gravel around it, because the may through the years may not have been pumped on a intermittent basis. That would be the cause of aspect. The other is we realize that the sewer lagoons that are existing, they're aerobic, and what let's say pumping the septic systems and injecting them or disposing of them in the sewer lagoons, you will change the microorganisms. I do have relatives in the East Mountain area, and way down East Mountain out toward Moriarty. Everybody is on a septic system. And there is a big business of having people engaged to pump those systems, and they're trucked by semi to the Albuquerque wastewater treatment center. So in that respect, perhaps the construction of a regional wastewater treatment facility might be an alternative to so that there is the ability to take that sludge to a facility. Because I know that some of the, like the in our area at Torion, the BIA won't allow private folks to come and pump and dispose at the sewer lagoon. So that would be my input into the thoughts. Committee members, anybody else? Ms. So, Ms. Yazzie, Mr. McDonald, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So let me ask Dave if he can respond to your question. I believe that we are familiar with the system that you are referring to. Dave?
Yes, you know, I could go into a lot of detail if you had the time, but Chairman, so the systems that you described, we're very familiar with. You know, back in the or probably in the 1980s, we switched from the old drain field perforated pipe, 4-inch perforated pipe that, you know, was surrounded by gravel. we stopped using those, and our standard now is what we call the infiltrator, what you described, that U-shaped polyethylene that goes that now is used. So it's a much better, simpler system to construct. So we do not put in the gravel perforated pipe drain fields anymore. So that's you're absolutely right that's the way the normal drain field is done. And the estimate of having around 50,000 of those out there right now is probably accurate. You know, those systems have a life. They have a lifespan. They will eventually fail, even under perfect maintenance and use conditions. They have a definite time when they eventually the soils don't accept any more of that waste. And just briefly, a septic system, as most people know, you know, there's a septic tank and then there's a drain field. So all the waste material goes into a septic tank, and it's the biological activity, the anaerobic bacteria in that tank that break down all that solid waste, the human waste, all the laundry waste that goes into there, the liquids, the solids, you know, it's all got organic material, and those bacteria, you know, break that down, and then you have eventually when you get through that 1,000 gallon septic tank and you get to the other end, you have a clear liquid. You know, this is the way they're supposed to work. You have a liquid that then goes out into the drain field, and that liquid still has dissolved organics in it. The bacteria haven't broken it down 100% yet, but they do break down the solid material, and the liquid goes out into that drain field. And what you end up getting is a biofilm or mass that grows on that soil in that drain field that further breaks down and digests the liquid organics. So when the final liquid goes into that soil, you know, it's 99% treated water, or hopefully 100%. And that's the way a septic system works. But over time, that biomass out there, it eventually gets so thick that the liquid no longer can move through the soil. So, you know, in theory, some of these should last 40 years, hopefully even longer in some cases, perfect conditions. But we all know that a septic tank needs to be pumped every 3 to 5 years, because there's a certain amount of solid material that won't be digested by those bacteria, and that builds up. And if you have that solid start going out into the drain field, that further degrades that drain field, and it fails much quicker. So that, in a lot of cases, people are not doing, you know, no fault of them perhaps, maybe it's a financial thing, but or other problems. They're not getting those septic tanks pumped when they should. And that's why we see a lot of failures happening sooner than anticipated. Some are just because they're so old, you know, they've reached the end of their life. Others are not being maintained properly. And in other situations we're seeing a lot now is that due to COVID, people are going and instead of doing their laundry in the towns, they're buying washing machines, and they're having other family members come to their house, and there are a lot of additional load that's being put on those drain fields that weren't in the original designs, and maybe that was a fault of ours. But and we're seeing a lot of that in just the last year or two, that we go back, we look at these things, and we're finding out that the family size is doubled. The laundry, they have washing machines now, which they didn't have before. And a lot of that the failures are explained because the systems weren't designed for the load that they're getting now. So it's all across the board. And I think what Director So is trying to say is that we need additional resources. These are these projects to fix these things can be very time intensive. You need to go out there, you need to find out what the problem is. Sometimes it's not the septic system. Sometimes they only have a plumbing problem or a clog, something's clogging the pipe, and it just needs to be a simple fix. But it takes staff time to go out there, figure out what the problem is, design where the drain field replacement's going to go, figure out how, if it's going to go outside that, if there's a home site lease, if it's going to go outside that 1 acre parcel, and get the clearances, get the ARC. So there's lots of things I could talk probably all day long about all the things that need to be done. But if we had the additional resources to get more staff from outside the Navajo area, as Director So has said, that perhaps getting deployments from IHS and the Public Health Service to address this, and maybe the only way to really get those resources is to declare this as an emergency. So sorry I took so long.
No, thank you, Mr. McDonald. This helps in explaining what we're dealing with, and a lot of it is community education from what you've just now relayed. And it does demonstrate in words what we're facing. So without that presentation, we would look at Honorable Kiala McGee as he's just overly concerned, but it is an issue. I think every one of us in our district, we do have people who've come to basically say, hey, I need help. And the one portion of IHS, the environmental health aspects, they've come and basically assessed the systems, and basically said, yeah, we have a problem, and they've sought funding through what and the listing does demonstrate, and they do somehow somehow find the funds to help single requests. And we have a total mass of 50,000. That is an exceptional situation. And one, Miss Bob Ross, are you on the call?
Yes, Chairman, so I am on the call. I'm listening in.
Do you have any questions or comments or some guidance for us?
Well, these are some of the questions I have. First question, and I just sent an email to Mr. Coons, I'm sorry, at NQA. My first question would be if I can get information on exactly what of the leasing, Navajo leasing regulations would need to be waived, and put an emergency legislation together to get that done. It looks like there'll be a council session probably next week. So if I can get the details, I can draft something up. The other question I've heard, the other question I have is I've heard a couple of times during this meeting that it would be helpful if there was a emergency declaration, that would help with moving things along. So I will attempt to reach out to OPVP and Department of Health to find out if they have anything in the works as far as that goes. So those were my two questions or issues, Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. We appreciate your outlook on this, what we're with the report that we're receiving. Committee members, any follow-up? Ms. So, Marquise Yazzie, Mr. McDonald, some of the aspects that Ms. Bobroff presented. What are your thoughts?
Good morning again. This is Rosalind. We have had several conversations with Mr. Rex Kuntz on those specific topics, and we can work with him to get the information over to Barbara. Or Dana, I guess, Dana Barbara. So
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, we can sign the legislation request form, but the details would be something that we would need to justify the emergency situation. And the data would be very helpful. Thank you, Ms. So. Committee members, anybody else? Committee members, do you have any questions? Okay. Let's move on to the last part of the report. Perspective of the water line from Loop to Dilcon. I text the Honorable Elmer Brigay and Honorable Thomas Walker to join the call. Honorable Thomas Walker has a Resource and Development Committee meeting, and his legislative district assistant is on the call, be able to report back to her colleague. So, Ms. So, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ask Marquise to cover this one. I know that there's been also a lot of conversations regarding this matter. Of course, the primary point that we want to share with this committee is that not having the sufficient water line completed in a timely fashion will impact the delay and or opening of the Delcon new facility that's coming online here. It's supposed to come online later this summer. So Marquise?
Yeah, thanks for that. So committee, this matter is still fluid, but There are two main issues hindering the Dilcon water project. And the first is the construction of the water infrastructure itself. And the second is the electrical power supply for that water project. But regarding the water project, the system needs to be upgraded to be able to produce a higher pressure. There are minimum pressure requirements for operating a particular hospital, and the current system is not in compliance. The Navajo Tribal Utility Authority are having difficulty procuring parts such as booster pumps and valves because of the supply chain issue that it's currently plaguing the entire U.S. economy. But there are also lingering right-of-way issues at hand. Half of the pipeline is on trust land, and the other half is on Indian allotment land. And meanwhile, there is also a significant electrical hurdle to overcome. In order to achieve higher pressures, the water system requires more power. NTUA needs to construct a new transmission line, but is having trouble gaining consent of a handful of grazing permittees. And I think it's about 4 permittees. It's my understanding that these permittees have obtained a cease and desist order from the Navajo Nation court. So NTUA is no longer able to engage with these permittees. But the IHS is discussing some potential alternatives for the water infrastructure. And perhaps Dave could elaborate a little bit more, but in the meeting that we had yesterday with President Nez, he did indicate that he wanted further negotiations with the 4 grazing permit holders and other transmission line proposals would be more costly, labor intensive, and time consuming. But again, just until the water issue can be resolved, and as Naso indicated, the Dilcon Medical Center opening will likely be delayed on this particular issue. But again, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McDonald to see if he has any additional input that I may have missed. Dave?
Thank you, Marquise. This is a very complex project. There's actually probably 5 or 6 different projects that are involved in getting the water, trying to get the water system to the point where the hospital can open. So it depends. It all depends on which project you're discussing, because there's the project that IHS has been working on for quite some time to bring water from Loop to Dilcon, and that project is in construction as we speak. It's been in construction for a while. We have the well drilled in Loop. We're building boosters and water tanks. There's a number. You have to pump all that water uphill to get to Dilcon. So there's booster stations and all that. So that's one big project. It's like a $35 million project in total. And that project is not going to be finished until about a year from now, is what our current projection is. So you have the existing water system there in Dilcon, the NTUA system that the hospital is wanting to connect and open and use that water. And there's a whole bunch of projects to upgrade the existing system, because that's the whole reason why the Loop to Dilcon is being constructed, because we've known for years that the District 7 water system that feeds Dilcon is under stress, and there's been projects funded to try and get that system to the point where at least it's not, it's not critical anymore. And that's kind of what you mentioned, Marquise. There's several pieces to that project, and really it all comes down to one old booster system. We call it a booster. It pumps water from a tank called the woodchop tank to another tank there between Greasewood and Dilcon, and that's called the Dilcon. It's like a 1 million gallon tank that sits up there, and this old booster station is running. It's old, it's prone to failure, and there's a project that N2A is currently working on to try and replace that booster with a new booster. But then because of the supply issues, the supply chain issues, they can't get the materials that they need for that new booster, that it has set them behind schedule. They're not going to be able to get that new booster online until now. They're saying maybe November, even December, and maybe even longer. So because of that, they are saying that they can't have the hospital connect and open because the current system, that old booster, is just not up to the task. And until they can get the new booster online, they don't want to take the risk of that whole system going down and being out of water, the whole community being out of water. So that's the impasse that we have right now. And as you said, there's also another issue with the electrical to get the power needs over from Indian Wells area to Dilcon, and that's another issue that NTUA brought up, and they have some right-of-way issues that need to be resolved there to get the electrical power over there that's necessary. So the most critical issue right now is seeing if we can come up with some alternatives or some way to mitigate the risks of the old booster breaking down. And that's where we are right now, in trying to see if there are ways of getting some, NTUA right now, they don't want to take that risk, but I think there still needs to be some discussion about possible ways of reducing that risk, trying to see if there are some alternatives. We haven't really nailed anything down yet, but to see if perhaps there are ways to provide enough water to satisfy the hospital and use that old booster at least until the new booster comes online. So it's a complex issue. There's problems nationwide with getting the materials. They need pipe for this new project because the new booster is going to have, like you said, Marquise, it's going to pump more water, and therefore the pressures are going to be higher in those pipes. So they need to replace some pipes, and pipe is currently in short supply. They need the actual pumps that are going to go in this new booster, and those are in short supply. So a lot of things are in short supply, and so that schedule for that new booster has just unfortunately been pushed back. I'll stop there and see if there's any specific questions, because there's many details to this issue.
Thank you, Ms. So, Mr. McDonald, committee members. Any thoughts? Any questions? Yeah, Elmer Begay, are you on the call? And let's see. Legislative District Assistant to Tom Walker. Please introduce yourself and let's see what your thoughts are. I'm going outside the parameters because Honorable Walker said he couldn't chime into this meeting. I'm sure he's the one that originally also brought the issue to me. Committee members?
Mr. So.
Oh.
My name is Elmer Clark.
Oh.
Additional idle committee members. I don't know if you could lobby. I am the Untitled Chapter president, and I was also the planner working with the Delcon Health Center Steering Committee for about over 16 years. And I retired back in October last year. But we continue to monitor. The steering committee continues to meet over the construction of the health center that's going up. The steering committee has worked on the water line that's coming in from Loop, distance of approximately 40 miles. And the steering committee also was involved in the power line acquisition from Indian Well. Tomorrow meeting, not that even though I'm retired, the committee wants me to still remain involved and see to the end until the hospital is completed. As ADG as a former planner and still have the interest as a community leader and chapter president. That water source from Loop, so the long-term plan is that the Loop water source will become the permanent water source for the Kalani Lake chapter, Bird Springs chapter, and Delcon chapter, including this hospital that's going up, the health center is going up. So there are issues even with that Loop well that's been drilled. Right now, as we speak, our water source today for the Twaikon Indian Well, Delcon Tiso chapter is the Greasewood alluvial well. We are aware of the pipeline, the water line projects in place. We also coordinate with the Winslow Indian Healthcare board directors and administration, because Delcon Steering Committee, back when Russell Begay was in office, the steering committee was very instrumental and requested the president at the time to allow Winslow Indian Healthcare Center as a Title V 638 program to design, to construct health facilities. This project is the first on that nation have undertaken such an initiative. For construction the infrastructure, the water, and then this power line issue. ADG on the, but we do coordinate still in communication with our representative from TISO chapter, Johnny Now. He represents our chapter to the Winslow Union Healthcare Board of Directors. And they have their monthly meeting. From him, we are aware that, you know, there are some issues with the water. No, the proposed opening date, the proposed grand opening was July 27th. And Nana, the first client is going to be administered with healthcare in the new facility was to be August 1st. And he recently informed me that that time frame, the proposed opening date, it's kind of in question at the moment. We might have to move it up. That was his information from him. So maybe until later in the year, or maybe even after the new year, depending on, you know, but the impediment to, you know, the water line issues. He did mention the materials. The acquisition is certainly a problem. The inflation, all that, COVID in it. So in that light, we don't have no choice. So it's understandable because the TISO chapter, the facility being constructed, a chapter house is being replaced. The same thing is happening with that project. The materials, the inflation, even shortfall funding. So, but still, you know, we're chipping away at our project down here, and I do understand very much that Belcon Health Center itself is going through. Because even the healthcare facility, the last update from Mr. Jerry Freddy was that, you know, because of materials scarcity, and there's a lot more contractors, a lot of other projects that are priority nationally. No, materials sounds like at this moment a grand opening in Nasta. That's yet to be confirmed. But the way it sounds, we don't have too much choice but to maybe the Winslow Corporation and contractors might have to go in that direction. So on the way that I attend these monthly water meetings, technical advisory groups, Navajo Park Water Resources, and also Brown and Caldwell, the engineering firm out of Utah, IHS, NTUA, So I saw the item on the agenda, so that's why I had called in, and I heard partially the report when I heard it, talking about the booster station and replacement of old booster station. So I think for us, we understand that that's going to be so. It's something beyond us, and so be it. We do have a committee meeting tomorrow. It's also important that we invited Mr. Freddy to the committee for an update from their end, Winslow Board of Directors, administration, working with the construction company, the contractor that's building the hospital over here. Mr. Nels, gives an update. I was trying to contact Mr. Walker or even Mr. Edison Monica, because my concern was on another issue. The Priestwood water supply by the other issue I have is related to Loop Well. Let me say about that much, and I shed a little bit of light on a project or a facility out here related infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought here on to the Chini, but she's that should cheat or the line. Untitled Chapter President, and Leroy Thomas. Thank you, Chair.
Sheila, President Elmer Clark, providing community input. Committee members? I guess from the chair's perspective, keep us informed, and if need be, the supply issues are really formidable, almost can't do anything about it, but people just pray that there's some pipe in a warehouse that people are hanging on to, and once they find out it's needed for a hospital, and maybe they'll release it from their inventory to supply us. And I would look to the committee to see if we need to do a press release with that aspect. Ms. So, Mr. Yazzie, Mr. McDonald, do you have any?
Good morning again, Mr. We do not have any additional information. Thank you for that. And we will continue to provide updates as requested. Thank you.
And yes, and to all of the Indian Health Service folks. Wow, what a mountain to climb. Water to the people. They're a very significant part of that task. We appreciate what you do. And certainly the regulations that interfere in the quick delivery. I guess that's where the council will have to really try to help out. And as one of the expressions that the Honorable Vice Chair stated, that the hiring of people to be overseen by the central office certainly is not a wise move. We will strategize on how to best approach that matter, along with our legislative council. Thank you. With that, committee members, the chair is open for motion.
I'll motion, Doug Slater.
I recognize the motion by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. And so we'll look to our communications people as we try to give voice to the issue that has been presented, supply chain issues, to get a healthcare facility rolling, like care issues for supply chain issues for a water line to increase pressure to the community as well as to the hospital. Okay, there's no other input. Let's call for the vote. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Both votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay
I vote
Jr.
green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, I vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. A vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Let's go to, and thank you. And for the committee's information, we just got an email that Speaker Damon will convene a NABI session on June 22nd at 1 p.m. There is now a petition for Navajo Nation Council special session to address 0086-22. Petition would be for June 23rd and June 24th. Committee members. So with that, we'll have to reschedule our 22nd meeting. Next we have agenda item 5B. Miss Angelita Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your 5B, which is the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance Division of General Services. And the presenter is Mr. Marcus Tooley, Department Manager 3 with Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance. And the issues are assuring about the working air conditioning systems in office buildings to provide a safe and quality work environment for employees to conduct services and operations to the Navajo public. Also, to indicate a number of Navajo Nation buildings without proper working air conditioning systems, and also a timeline and issues of fixing the air conditioning systems to work properly in Navajo Nation buildings, and particularly the Vital Records building, which has a non-working air conditioning system. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Mr. Marcus Tooley.
Good afternoon, Chinanta. This is Mr. Tooley. Here la kwet no anido kat nesanin shlon to het leni bashin aro totsoni da shichedo for the chini da shinale hot ad len shleisen a shado e besto tishkish olye ada e shike a koshanat ani kodot naidos kitla assuring working air conditioning system in buildings to provide a safe and quality work environment for employees to conduct services and operation of the Navajo public. The facility maintenance department consists of about 15 maintenance technicians to handle over 500 buildings across the Navajo Nation. And what we're doing now is addressing a lot of those concerns, a lot of those issues. We try to provide some training in terms of the HVAC system. HVAC system is the system that uses Freon. You know, like when there's different types of cooling system, and so majority of our issues have been those type of system, the HVAC system, the Klinigi Freon Binakai Alis Kazbinakagi ADG. So a lot of our buildings are up there now beyond the useful service life. We're currently doing another contract that will do the building assessments across the Navajo Nation to determine what buildings are still usable and what buildings are not. And attached to that is the heating cooling system. So a lot of the inside infrastructure of those buildings are obsolete, and parts are beginning to be harder to find. So just like the report that was made earlier, the supply and demand for parts is pretty lengthy. It takes a while for us to locate parts, although they're not readily available with local vendors like in Gallup or Flagstaff or Farmington, so they have to order elsewhere. So we've been having meetings here at our office addressing and making it a priority. If a call comes in that the cooling system went down, so we try to address it. We don't just let it go. We've been addressing those type of work order requests. So, maybe just to give you a few of these non-working systems, like Tisnas Bus Food Distribution is one. We've been, every year, we list these buildings and we add them to our request for proposal. Every year we do. We've been replacing HVAC units across the Navajo Nation, and this year we've had several buildings that were in dire need of heating cooling system replaced. We tried to advertise 3 times. We didn't get no one interested in it. So then we went individually with contractors that we know locally and abroad, contractors that have done work for us, and they're not interested. One of the reasons why they're not interested is they're saying now is that it's taken 6 months to get new units. It takes them a while to find parts. Even we don't want to be liable, I know, because there's time limits to these contracts that we propose, that we advertise. So, the food distribution center offices are quite, the units themselves are working, and sometimes they just go down. So the training that I'm talking about is, we tell the employees, don't turn it all the way down to 62, because all you're going to do is you're going to freeze up the system, and that's what's happening. We try to tell them, keep it at a certain temperature, and if you need to move it up 2 degrees, 3 degrees, that's okay. If you need to move it down 2, 3 degrees, that's okay. But if you start moving it down 5 degrees colder, then it starts to have the HVAC units working harder. So pretty soon, you know, it's pumping all of this freon, and then the system is not made for that. So it's pushing all of this freon, and it freezes up the pipe, and then it shuts the unit down. So right now we've been working on contracts, trying to find a contractor that will address all of these issues, and we don't seem to have any luck with it. But we started doing things in-house. We have an individual in-house that's certified to handle freon, so we took on the task of refilling freon at Admin 1 and Admin 2. So those 2 buildings are back and online. The cooling system is working. So we just trying to do what we can to keep the offices comfortable. The census office, the system is working, but every now and again the motor would go out and it will seize up. So we have a motor that's on order, supposed to be in today, but not sure, depending on the local supplier, if they were able to find one for us and have it shipped to their office. So with that, Navajo Nation PD is in the process of moving out, so we haven't really done anything for them. There's no cool air in that building at all because everything is shut down. So so right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buildings that are in need of new HVAC system. So Auto Legislative 3, the building that the speaker, honorable speaker, is that has his office in. We've been working with a staff member from that office, trying to locate a contractor that will address the 2 HVAC units. And we tried to fix it. We weren't successful, so we did everything we could to it. And so now we decided to just replace the whole spot. And we're having issues with getting a contractor that will address that and take it up and address and replace the 2 HVAC system. So and we're doing what we can, as I was saying, and their timelines is pretty difficult to pinpoint because the issues of the supply and demand. We call our vendors and we ask them for a part, give them a part number, and then they call around. They say, "Oh, it's going to be 3 months, 4 months," that kind of response from them. Just like the situation with the education center, the boiler system, when that went down, that took a month and a half, 2 months almost, before they were able to locate a vendor and have them ship that boiler. So I don't know what specific questions you may have. I have Mr. Adrian Laarkey, who's the building maintenance supervisor, here with me as well to answer any questions that you may have. Honorable Chair, Kihatla.
Hogashila Ahet Sanala Silk Kwagi report. Committee members, do you have any questions? Oh, Honorable Pernell Helona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for that quick presentation. I think the question I have right now is we spoke about those units that were out across Navajo Nation in Windrock. I'm guessing they're all in Windrock area, but the ones that are going out as well as the ones that are out. Have you guys got a total on how much that's going to be, the price and the quotes on each one of those? And is there anything being added up on that? All the stuff that need to be replaced, especially like the two in the speaker's office? So those are my questions right now, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Helona. Committee members, anybody else before we return to Mr. Cooley's response?
So, thank you, Chanel, honorable members of the committee and those that are listening in. We do have prices, the estimated cost that we've been using. We figure like for a 3-ton HVAC unit, the prices are going right around $5,000 to $7,000 depending on the brand. And then plus labor, we're figuring about $2,700 to install one HVAC unit. And then, of course, the transportation cost, the cost of it being delivered to the site. So let's say, for instance, legislative building number 3, we're figuring somewhere around $21,000 just for that. But it really depends on the individual or the contractors themselves and how much they're charging because of the gas prices and recent inflation costs, increases in inflation. It's really the people don't want to give any guarantee or price because
$275 a month for 2 years.
So the prices are going up. Lumber prices, so for instance, they can only guarantee it within that 5-day period. Anything more than that, they say, nope, we can't guarantee the prices. We can't hold that price for you because lumber prices are fluctuating as well. So they're not giving us prices longer than 30 days. They can't guarantee anything beyond that. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Committee members, any other?
Chair.
Honorable Edison Winika.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. All those who are listening in. Tooley, I just want to ask a question. I know that's very understandable as far as lack of parts and all that, and how long it takes to get those. There's no question a problem. But what about from the Navajo Nation side? Is there a problem ordering those stuff? I know sometimes you have problems getting your contracts and all that, and that takes time too. So is this prolonged the process as far as getting these coolers fixed and all that? So is there a problem with that? I think we as a committee might be able to make some recommendations or whatever in that respect. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tooley.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, again, and then members of the committee, those that are listening in. Mr. Wanika, we do occasionally have a contract that would say that they refuse to bid because of the payment process takes too long. For instance, on Administration Building 1, we had a contractor that installed that system there. So when we were trying to work with that contractor, they were asking for a guarantee on their payment, and what they required was a credit card to ensure immediate payment. But not so, and then that's what we're running into now. We have a local contractor, LaRock from Gallup, that's done some work for us in the past, and they're refusing to come out because they're saying that they have too many payments outstanding. I don't know if it's the individual departments, or I don't know if it's the accounts payable section under OOC. So those are some things that we were told, and they're hesitant. Why? Because one is that they're finding it difficult to find employees to address these contracts if they should get them. Two is the payment process. You know, everybody has been through this. You know, because of the COVID, it really stifled the economy and has put hardship on everyone, not only natives but also non-native as well, local businesses, and some are thriving, but in the supply demand, it really affected them because they were for the longest time having issues with finding enough truck drivers to make those deliveries from across the nation. So and so right now we're trying to work with Navajo vendors, and they don't want to guarantee anything because they're finding it difficult to find parts as well. So and that's the issue with legislative building number 3 is that we were trying to work with 4 different ones, and all of them backed out because they can't find the HVAC system that they need to install. They're saying that it's going to be about 6 months, 3 to 6 months, and they don't know what the prices are going to be because everything is going up, even gas prices. Yesterday, gas prices were at $4.39. I recently made a trip to out of state, and the gas prices there were like at close to $7 a gallon. So, hey Ben, you know, I can understand that as well. So yeah.
Thank you. Committee members?
Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just have one simple request, and that is, could the program just put the information that they verbally conveyed today into a written report and send it out to the committee perhaps by the end of the week? Thank you.
Yes, sir. I can do that, Honorable Slater.
Chanella, I guess the main reason that really highlights is the fact that the issue with the hardship check. One, the Vital Records Office was closed, or they modified their work schedule, and that brings it to, I guess, a real issue to spotlight on. And that's the reason. And some of the thoughts was a master contract. We heard about this new concept, a master contract, cover perhaps all the facilities. And yes, in every aspect, I'm dealing with 2 power line cooperatives. One won't even talk to me because they haven't been paid $250,000. And another just is willing to work, but they need payment of $100,000. So that's it causes a non-payment issue among contractors, among people that bring services to the Navajo Nation. And so that's the part that I think is what you're bringing to us. Certainly, if we do have certified HVAC, Navajo certified HVAC systems operaters, they're already working for somebody else. They might already be working for IHS or the BIA, or so those things. We are in a, I guess, in this, we're not business friendly. We're not, and so that's what causes the situation that we have on hand. So thank you for the presentation. And, certainly now I have another issue to place on our board to address, whether it be at NABI or at council. Thank you. Committee members?
Chair.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you. I think we should make sure we put that on the agenda again. Late payments, non-payments from the Navajo Nation, because it's really a problem. Find out if it's OOC or who's responsible for those payments. Not on the agenda either. I knew when I was with election officers, certain vendors I was able to work with really good, but the payments not being on time, it just really makes a problem for that. So I think just mention it, just mention that let's make sure we put it on the agenda and address that. Maybe we need to have a work session on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And a lot of it, that section 164 review, really think we need an administrator. It can't just be, that review can't just exist out there with nobody pushing the documents. So those are some thoughts I've been developing, and we'll see how it flushes out. Committee members, the chair is open to accept the report.
Motion.
Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika. Do I hear a second?
Second. Hello.
Second by Honorable Pernell Halona. Any further comments, discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
Thank you again, Kehat Lang, Honorable Chair, and then members of the committee and those listening in. I really appreciate the interest in addressing the Navajo Nation buildings. I see I know that we have issues just like everybody else. We're trying to get projects moved, and as Honorable Wanika had mentioned, there's got to be some improved processes throughout the whole thing. 164, the payment process, that kind of thing. And what you were mentioning on putting stuff on master contract, we attempted that a couple of times, and of course, we didn't get any interest in that. But maybe now we can certainly push that initiative or that thought even more, because during the process last year, we had 7 people, I think, that retired from our department, and there went in that retirement, it went with the expertise and the knowledge and so forth with that people retiring. I understand that that the push for more education, more people with certification and that, but most of these people that retired and took the knowledge with them weren't certified. They knew how to do things, and it's not rocket science to it sometimes. But I really appreciate again your interest, and I appreciate the time to present before you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. With that, committee members, any further comment? If not, we'll go vote on the accepting the report. And as we develop our thoughts on, we will. There was the request to have a joint meeting with BNF and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee will reissue that request. And most likely this will be one of the items on the agenda for that. Committee members. Okay, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul DeGay Jr.
Green.
Paul DeGay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose, and thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. Now that takes us down to 5C, Navajo Nation Department of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. Ms. Angelita Benali, please provide the committee the aspects of this agenda item.
Mr. Chair, as you stated, number 5C is with the Navajo Nation Department of Health Deltix. Daltex is a program budget update and report of shortfalls at senior centers. Daltex third-party agreements with Navajo Nation as well, with New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. Presenters are Ms. Valerie Jones, Health Services Administrator with Daltex, and Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director with Navajo Department of Health, as well as Ms. Rebecca Baca with as a tribal liaison with the state of New Mexico, Altex. Mr. Chair.
Miss Valerie Jones, are you on the call?
Yes, sir. This is Valerie.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is Valerie with the Health Services Administrator for Division of Aging within the Department of Health. Dr. Jim is in a meeting. She may or may not get on the call today. So as far as our funding shortfalls go, Dr. Jim had reported on this because it is a legislative concern for Daltex. And she provided that report early April, in which she stated that there were no shortfalls for utility payments, trash removal, or food shortages, and no shortfalls for insurance coverage. And then as far as the agreement goes with the states, Administration for Community Living, otherwise known as ACL, is a federal entity under the auspice of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. ACL works with State of Arizona Department of Economic Security to filter the Older Americans Act Title III funds from New Mexico and Utah to Navajo Nation Daltex. The coordination of the Title III funds was established in a letter from 1979, as you all know. Dr. Jim is currently leading conversations with ACL, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Our meetings are ongoing. All federal and state representatives have agreed to updating this letter, and Arizona DES and Administration for Community Living are currently reviewing the funding formula. And at this point in time, we have bi-weekly meetings established where Department of Justice is also involved. And that concludes my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Committee members?
Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jones, for the presentation thus far. We were forwarded an email at the HES committee by our colleague, Delegate Charles Newton, and I'm trying to find it right now. Of course, email never cooperates when you want it to. And she said that she had been contacted by Daltex employees with respect to funding and that they don't have money to buy food or buy supplies. And there was a chapter in Northern Agency, I guess, that she had visited, or they had forwarded her some photos, and those are passed on to the committee of needed repairs and renovations to the building, and then declining food inventory within their facility. And I'm happy to forward that on to you. I think Dr. Jim received a copy of the email. It was sent June 10th at 1:44 p.m. with photos. I understand that there may only be a program supervisor 2 within Chinle agency, and none of the other agencies are staffed up at this time at the PS2 level. And I wanted to know if this is correct. And then second, if the other agencies presently don't have the PS2s, can you explain what the plan is to get them hired? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. No, I was not aware of the email sent from Honorable Charles Newton. So if you could forward that to me, that would be helpful. We, as the presenter previous to me had mentioned, the money is there. It's really our internal Navajo Nation financial system that is a challenge to get through. So it's accessing those funds, which is an issue for us. So getting those service contracts, as I had presented before, is a 3-month process. Getting bills paid is another 3-month process. Our system is not in real time. So it's very difficult for us to be able to track and trend all of the expenditures and the balances that we have. So it is certainly a systematic problem that we have with Navajo Nation in terms of our finances. And we are doing the best that we can with the team that I have. And you are correct as far as the program supervisor goes. The person right now we have is in Chinle agency. And then as far as the other program supervisors, we are looking at recruiting for those positions, but it is taking some time to find those qualified individuals with that dedication to the elders, knowing that the salary isn't up to par with the demands that are required for the job. So those are challenges that I'm working through here. Thank you, sir.
Recording in progress.
Honorable Slater, follow up?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for that response, Mr. Jones. What steps are you taking right now to address the salary issues? And then do you have a timeline for getting those PS2s in place? I think they're, in my view, the really critical juncture for making sure that the funding does get to the direct service level and also on the reporting side. So in their absence, I'm curious to know what steps have you taken internally to make sure that operations continue smoothly? Because I could see things deteriorating badly if we don't have someone in place to make those things happen. And then with respect to the internal processing, Chair, I think this is something we should have an NDOH section when we have that work session, hopefully with budget and finance on the internal 164 issues. I appreciate your frustrations, Ms. Jones, if that's accurate to say. I've had to deal with those same things with processing grants and getting those funds paid out to contractors, et cetera, when I was a Navajo Nation employee. And I think there is a simpler way to do things, but ultimately it is the responsibility of the executive branch, the executive administration, to deliver on those efficiencies. It doesn't have to be this way. If we provide more support at the program level to get things processed correctly and into the system quickly, I think stuff will happen a lot quicker. But absent any recommendations coming comprehensively from the executive branch, it's very hard on the legislative side, because I think the policy is generous enough that, you know, a more nimble system can be put in place, but it comes down to a concerted effort. And that's my ask to the president's office, if anyone there is listening in right now, is to really take a hard look at this and come up with some recommendations back to our committee and then to the Budget and Finance Committee. We have the largest portfolio of externally funded programs under our committee's jurisdiction, and we hear consistently how they're affected adversely. So I have those questions right now. And then you were talking about some of the ongoing negotiations or discussions. I know that the Title III funding fiscal year ends is at the end of June, and then July 1st will be the beginning. Can you explain where the contracts or grants and all of that are for that funding? Because I know that's an issue every year with senior centers, going through some sort of lapse period where they don't have the ability to spend down funds that really have already been allocated to the nation, but haven't been set up internally. And I would highly recommend the President's Office, Dr. Jim, yourself, OMB, OOC, the Department of Justice, and we used to call them signing parties. You get everybody in one room, maybe the President's conference room, and you have them go down the line. They review the document, they move it to the next person, and then you have all the signatures ready, the President signs off, and then everything gets programmed with OOC and OMB, because we just cannot afford to have a lapse in services. And those are my questions and requests to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. So as far as the PS2s go, we do have delegated individuals that I've selected that have really stepped up and have been more engaged and willing to learn the financial system to process those invoices that need that are immediate to the senior centers. And then the Title III funds, we do have we had the contract go through the 164 review process. That part of it is done. However, we still not received business units. So that's something that we're waiting on right now. As far as repairs and maintenance goes, there are 80 centers all over the Navajo Nation, tucked in very isolated rural areas where an assessment was done, and I had shared that with you all, a huge binder of assessments for every senior center, where the cost at the time was $34 million to repair and maintenance. At this point in time, it's now 5 years into this, since that assessment was done. And so it's probably, with inflation, as I've mentioned before, is double. And if I would like to do another assessment, but I don't want to waste another $500,000 or more for an assessment that's not going to be addressed right away. Because as I've mentioned before as well, we do not have a construction crew. We do not have access to facilities maintenance within Navajo Nation, nor do we have contracts with outsiders to provide these services. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Sure.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I think we heard in the previous presentation from facilities, we need to get some sort of master on-call contract and figure out a way that we can have task orders for the different departments or divisions, and make sure we can obligate funds for those sorts of purposes in a fairly quick basis. Just as a comment on the repairs, in the ARPA legislation 8622 is presented that the $19 million going to Daltex would take care of all of the senior center renovations that were required. And you had provided that binder of information, and I'm incredibly grateful that you did that, Ms. Jones. When Delegate Crotty was able to obtain some more information on what renovations or repairs were going to be done, it actually wasn't addressing all 88 or constructing new ones. And I think that really imperiled the ability to get them funded in 86, because there was a misrepresentation in the exhibit in the initial eligibility determination. That said, colleagues, I really want to advocate that if there is a per delegate region allocation, we assign each of us as delegates a good portion of that funding to those renovations and repairs. And a lot of it also is about getting each of the senior centers up to ADA compliance. So just a little plug there and some background on the bills and why potentially it might not be included in there, but there's another way to actually fund it with the bill, and that's in the delegate region allocations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, committee members. There's some thoughts that's presented by our colleague. And yes, it's unfortunate that, and I guess Ms. Jones, you know that the chapters, they pay insurance for the square footage of the senior centers that goes into our insurance folks. And if we could somehow get coordination between OEH, Navajo Nation OEH, and NOSHA to go do the assessments and present those assessments to the insurance department and let them basically fund the repair or the maintenance. That is one item. Give you an example of how at Pueblo Pinchado chapter house was shut down. The roof was leaking into where the offices, there was an addition to an existing chapter house that was built in the 70s. And there was rain coming down into the walls, affecting the electrical system and the heating system. And they were shut down. I went to Mr. Shorty, hey, brother, I need you to go do an evaluation. So yes, in his recommendation, Navajo NOSHA went out there, did an assessment, and determined that it was a safety hazard and that the insurance could cover repair. Insurance did cover the repair with no expenditure from the chapter. And this same thing can occur if that process is followed at some of the other senior centers within the Navajo Nation. The process that I don't think other folks pursued or even had the idea to pursue it in that manner. But we did get that particular facility repaired. The electrical was upgraded, the heating system was repaired, the walls were redone, and we have workers in there now. So I would say pursue those options. The chapters do pay a high amount of insurance for this type of coverage. With that, committee members, I have we have Miss Rebecca Baca from the New Mexico Voltex. At the recent tribal summit that was held at Sandia Casino, the tribal summit basically supposed to be, well, right now it's held annually. And all the departments and agencies of the state of New Mexico meet with tribal leaders. And in this case, when I went up there, I specifically wanted to meet with the cabinet secretary. He wasn't available, so Miss Baca and her staff, we had the opportunity to enter into conversation. My issue that I presented was we have Mexico senior centers that run out of food, run out of supplies, and equipment fail. There's really what can we do to, I guess, help? So that's where Ms. Baca basically says I can address the committee and address the department and so at this time I'd like to give her the teleconference floor. Basically start communicating and collaborating with the committee and Doltex. Ms. Baca. Mr. Mose, is she still on the call? Mr. Mose.
I don't have her name on here, but I have 4 sets of numbers, phone numbers. One is 505 area code, last 3 is 667. And another one is area code 928, last 3 is 156.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my apologies. I must have been muted. I tried to unmute and was unable to. If you can hear me now, I will present. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon. I would like to give you a little bit of background. Ms. Jones has reached out to the Office of Indian Elder Affairs on numerous occasions for help and support with the contract work that she is working on through Aging and Long-Term Services Department. I feel that Ms. Jones has made good strides in trying to address some of the challenges and issues that have existed. I think probably, as was previously mentioned, you know, the complications of funding and getting approvals for funding have really limited her ability to fully expend some of the resources that they have been provided. However, compared to the last 2 years, this year has been she has made great strides in being able to utilize the funding that has been provided on the New Mexico side, and I really commend her efforts. I know that she's really tried really hard to get things in place and to streamline processes in every possible way that she has been able to think of. I do know that she needs some additional support to be able to you know, get approvals for some of the expenditures and budget processes that she has to work through. So I do commend Ms. Jones on her efforts. I know that there is a ways to go, but I do believe that our regular meetings that we have with her, we've been able to work through a lot of the challenges and offer ideas for ways that she can help develop and support programs within the various regions of Navajo Nation. So we want to fully support that. I do know that the assessment process for taking a look at the needs of elders and other processes that need to take place is something that our office does need to assist with. She has also informed me of the challenges that she has dealt with regard to the tri-state agreement. I'm very aware that the reporting processes for New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah are very different, which creates another layer of challenge for her work. And so, I'm hoping that when the tri-state agreement is reviewed, that there may be ways that those reporting processes can be streamlined. I'm very concerned with ACL, with the state of Arizona, that there's probably very limited training and support that is being provided to Ms. Jones. I know that she needs additional training and support. We certainly don't have a say-so about issues with Arizona, but I do know that she is needing training and support. New Mexico, we are committed to go out and provide as much training and support as we're able to. We have had in the past, we've only had 2 people within the Office of Indian Elder Affairs, and we did go to the legislature to request additional staff positions so that we can provide the extent of support that is needed at Navajo Nation. And I will be assigning a person to work specifically with Navajo Nation this next year once we get these positions in place to provide the support that Ms. Jones needs. I know it's been very frustrating at times for her. I do know that working through all of the challenges of budgets and that sort of thing has been quite a challenge, but I believe that she is trying hard to facilitate the process in every way possible and streamline it in every way possible and ensure that the allocations that are being provided are expended. And I believe she's made great strides to do that. And we strongly encourage continued work to streamline services. And I want to make the committee aware that we are on standby and will do anything we can to provide the support that is needed within our abilities to continue to develop and look at the needs of seniors, across the New Mexico sites in Navajo Nation. I appreciate very much everyone's interest in caring for elders. They are our most important population. They carry the history of our tribal communities, and we want to ensure that their needs are met. And we know that the challenges are great. The reporting systems are very complicated, and there's a number of things that need to be addressed as that tri-state agreement is reviewed and looked at. If there are any changes to the tri-state agreement, I know that we'll need to get the governor involved in the process. But I do want to assure you that the Office of Indian Elder Affairs is doing what it can to provide support. And we want to continue that process. We're very grateful for the relationship that we have with Ms. Jones and her staff. We meet regularly with them, and we'll continue to do that. And I'm open to any questions at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Committee members? Ms. Baca, in the work with Doltex, Navajo Nation Doltex, through the fiscal year, your appropriations come July 1 to June 30th, right?
Yes, sir.
And our budget cycle on the Navajo Nation side is October 1 to September 30th. Coincide more because of the volume of federal contracts that we have. Does that cause for, let's say, many contract revisions throughout the year?
No, we haven't had. We generally our contracts start from July 1 until June 30th, which is the state fiscal year. We do have some flexibility if there was, if we submitted the letter of allocation to you and you needed to utilize the funding within your fiscal year, as long as reporting ended by June 30th, we could accommodate some change there. We could allow you to work and utilize the funding over, let's say, an 8-month period instead of a full 12-month period. And you could use other funding to fill in the gaps through ACL. That is a possibility. I cannot change the fiscal year for the state, but we could accommodate some recommendations from you that would help us get started during your fiscal year, if that would be helpful. With the state funding, we do have a lot of flexibility. We would not have that flexibility with Title III funding through ACL, I don't believe. But we're happy to try to accommodate and work with you to be able to do those sorts of things. I cannot change our processes very easily because we're tied to legislative requirements. But we can certainly look at ways that we can utilize your funding differently over different months if necessary, or, I do know that some of our tribes and pueblos do utilize their funding over, for example, a 7 or 8 month period, and then they utilize other funding to get through the rest of the year. So that is possible. And we, our goal is to help you serve the elders at Navajo Nation. So we will accommodate anything that we're able to do. So I hope that's helpful to you, and I hope I've answered your question appropriately.
Yes, you have. Thank you. So that gives us another avenue to pursue. And if you could send us the level of funding, let's say from current year to 5 years back, so that we can, I guess, demonstrate to other members of our council that let's hope it's adequate funding for the food and the supplies. And I guess it's, as Ms. Jones relayed, some of these payment to vendors is in our lap. We have to shoulder that problem. How do we best do that? So that
yes,
would be
sir.
a request. Thank you. Ms. Baca, go ahead.
One of the challenges that we have been made aware of is, the challenges of getting budget approvals through in the 3-month process that it takes to do that. If, for example, we give you your allocation, which we do every year, we give it to you at the end of this, or close to the end of the fiscal year, and we contract from July 1 to June 30th. So if once we provide the allocation, if for some reason it was more appropriate for you to start spending your money in September at the beginning of your fiscal year, I think we could do that. I don't think that I would perceive any problem. The only problem that I would perceive is that that funding would have to be fully expended by the end of June the following year. I think it's possible to do that. Historically, before Ms. Jones was appointed to her position, the Navajo Nation was reverting quite a bit of funding. And we were having difficulty getting the funding fully expended. We, at that time, did not quite understand what the challenges were. But when Ms. Jones came in, she made us aware of what her challenges were. And we have been working very diligently with her through the past year or two, trying to streamline processes and do everything we can to provide the support that she needs to be able to fully expend the allocation provided. Unfortunately, the prior years have shown fairly significant reversion amounts. Last year, last fiscal year, there was a reversion of about $450,000 because the process was not, we were not able to get through the processes of approvals on time to be able to get those dollars expended. This past year, Ms. Jones has made great strides in streamlining her procurement processes and ensuring that orders are placed and that there's a more centralized system in place to make sure that spending is happening, and that invoices are submitted. I think she's made great strides. I think we have a ways to go. She's trying very hard, but I think it's beyond her capacity at this point because of the challenges that she has had with budget approvals. So we're happy to help in whatever way we can and continue to provide support in whatever way we can.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Committee members, any further questions? Okay. In your introductory statement, talk about opportunities to train staff, most the data collection, with respect to that data collection. How would you proceed?
One of the major challenges that the nation is faced with right now is the limited broadband capacity. The Aging and Long-Term Services Department is converting to a new system called ServScan, which is a scanning system that is very similar to, the way that grocery stores scan grocery items. Back in the past, they used to key in all of the prices for goods, but now it just is scanned as you go through. So there's actually a much more efficient system that we can provide assistance to get established. However, right now, with the limited broadband capacity in some of the very far-reaching frontier rural areas of Navajo Nation, if you don't have computer accessibility or people who are trained with computer accessibility, it's quite difficult to get this process implemented. The department is ready to go on this. They are willing to implement it and work with Navajo Nation to develop that implementation process. But we cannot do that until we have the infrastructure in place at Navajo Nation to be able to do that. So we will follow your direction about when and if that should take place. We are ready to go with it and start the process at any point. I know that it would really streamline the processes of reporting And consequently, those reports would translate into support for the invoices that are submitted, and we could probably streamline the reimbursement processes a lot more quickly. I know Ms. Jones would like to do this, but without that infrastructure and process, it's quite difficult to do it. We would need to provide training and support to be able to do it, however, and that is something that we are planning for. We're willing to look at it in a 2, 3, 4-year plan if that's what the nation would like to do. But I do need direction from the nation about when they would like to start that process of implementation for data collection.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Baca. Ms. Jones, that offer for technical assistance and training, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. So actually, I have Dr. Jim who is on the line now and would like to provide a response. Thank you.
Deja, Dr. Jim, you have the teleconference floor.
Ja, to Chair So and Vice Chair Slater and HES committee members and others on the call, and for Ms. Baca also presenting information, and for Ms. Jones to answer some of the responses for the division. We have been communicating, or we started communication with the ACL, which is the federal agency for the funding that are being received by the Adultex program, and also the 3 states. So we'll continue to coordinate and collaborate with them, and we have begun scheduling regular meetings to discuss the technical assistance that's needed, and also to address the data the data management, I guess. Each state will probably have their own interpretation on how they like to work with Adultex, but that's part of the collaboration that still has to take place on how we need to ensure that the program is getting the best services that they need in order to, or support that they need in order to provide services. So those discussions have begun, and will continue to work with all 3 states. There is no tri-state agreement. The document that we assess with the attorney, and also the ACL with Cynthia LeCount, which is the tribal liaison person, and we've come to an understanding that it was basically a directive from ACL to have the 3 states work together. And so we are working and discussing on what the interpretation of that letter was, and we want to ensure that the federal government adheres to and continues to be in support of and compliant with what was provided to the Navajo Nation years ago. And our hope is that it will not result, or may result in a tri-state agreement, but most of it is an administrative, that these are contractual. There is already sort of language for the federal agency to support Adultex. It's just that on an administrative side, we are able now to talk about the functions and of these contracts that are with the division. And so in that, I think there are going to be separate conversations on what Ms. Baca is talking about. It might not be just the state of New Mexico. It might the Navajo Nation that's this year, and I think that's some of the assistance that maybe Ms. Baca is talking about. So we really haven't talked directly as a group, and we need to, just because of the jurisdictions that we deal with. There are 3 states, and we're also now working with the federal agency to make sure that we begin developing a plan for technical assistance and clarifications in the contract. So New Mexico does have their own House Bill 2 funding and capital improvement projects that are separate than the federal funding that is a pass-through the states. So those clarifications are being discussed, and the timelines are different depending on what funding source there is. But Chair, I hope that kind of provides you some information. I am thankful for the resource for managing data, but it may not be the best approach until we discuss with the 3 states on how we can have one system in place rather than having 2 or 3 different ways to collect data. So I just wanted to update you on those discussions that we will be further working with all 3 states and the federal agency to answer some of these questions that are being asked of the state of New Mexico, which will also cross other states and the federal agency. So hastito. So thank you, Shana. And I don't know if Ms. Jones has anything to add, but back to you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Dr. Jim, and thank you, Rebecca. I just want to say that I really do appreciate working with all states in this matter. With Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico, they're all great representatives, including Administration for Community Living. So I am talking to them on a pretty much a weekly basis at this point, and have really engaged in those tough conversations. And we're trying to do everything we can to ensure the safety of our elders at each senior center. And I just want to also make mention that Navajo Nation, out of all AAAs and all tribes, Navajo Nation has the most senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Ms. Barker, for coming to the committee and providing a report and your offer of technical assistance and training. Certainly,
we're happy
to see that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. We're happy to provide whatever support we can. We very much want to support the efforts of Dr. Jim and Ms. Valerie Jones. They are making every effort that I can tell from our end to deal with some of the challenges that they're dealing with, and we very much appreciate what they are doing and strongly want to support the needs that you have. So please feel free to call on us. Anything that we are able to do, we will certainly step up to the plate to do to help support the committee and the nation in the service of our Navajo Nation elders. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, committee members. Ms. Benali, did I establish a motion to accept the report? Committee members, I don't have it in my notes, but let's, chair's open for a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Okay, the voice I recognize to motion, Honorable Pernell Halona, and the second voice I heard was Honorable Edison Wanika. So motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Chair.
Yes. Honorable Halona.
This is Delegate Paul McGee.
Oh,
the one that motion, not Wanika.
Okay, thank you. Correction on that, Mr. Mose.
Chair.
second
Sure,
on
and
the
I
mo-
did speak for now alone.
You have the floor, Che. You want to make comment?
Chair, no, I didn't have a comment. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. There's no other comment, then let's go to a vote to accept the report. Mr. Mose.
This is Cheryl. I'll go ahead and do the vote.
Whoa. Go ahead.
Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl R. Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene Stowe, how do you vote? Honorable Edison J. Wanisa, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanisa votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene Stowe, how do you vote?
Did we lose quorum?
Yeah, we lost the quorum.
Oh, man.
Oh, it should be on.
Yeah, he made the motion.
Carl then votes. Carl's still on? Paul and Carl are still on. Not answering.
Oh. Honorable Paul Begay, we need you to vote on the report and to maintain quorum. Honorable Carl Slater.
I'm still online.
I don't see Paul now, but Charlene's online.
Charlene. I guess Charlene is on now.
Chair, so I got dropped off. I'm back on. Thank you.
Okay, we're voting on accepting the report, Che.
Thank you. Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Okay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Honorable Chair Daniel Stowe, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for substituting for Mr. Mose. So that takes us down to agenda item 5D. Miss Angelita Benali, please review the agenda item with the committee.
Yes, as 5D is the Arizona Complete Healthcare First Health Plan. And it's a presentation of the Arizona Complete Health /Care First Health Plan. managed care for health insurance for Medicaid eligible individuals. Presenters are Ms. Sheena Yellowhair Flores, Tribal Program Supervisor, and Mr. Zane James, Tribal Liaison for Western Sky Community Healthcare. And it's going to be an updated report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we have Ms. Sheena Yellowhair Flores. You have the teleconference floor.
Yat, Honorable Chair, Mr. So.
Oh, Mr. Zane James, you're going to go first?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Mr. So, and also Vice Chair Shija, Carl Slater, and also members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Wheatfields, Arizona. Western Sky Community Care. But today I really want to just do a really brief intro for our sister organization on the Arizona side. As you all are aware, Western Sky Community Care is a subsidiary of Centene Corporation out of St. Louis, Missouri. That's our parent company, and Centene has a footprint in pretty much every state in the nation. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Sheena Yellowhair Flores, who works with Arizona Complete Health. They're our sister organization in Central and Southern Arizona. But also, I think what she's more going to cover today is some of the work that will be upcoming on the northern side of Arizona, which is basically Apache, Navajo. So that's moving forward. So without further ado, I don't want to take up too much of Shayna's time. I believe she will have a short a presentation that she's going to upload. So Shayna, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'm going to turn the floor over to Shayna. She can introduce herself.
It's Sheena Yellowhair Flores. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Chairman So, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity and the time today to present this information. Just as an introduction, Sheena Yellowhair Flores I'm based out of our Tempe office, but I'm originally from Chinle, Arizona. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so I can share this, this PowerPoint presentation. All right, so as Zane mentioned, I'm going to give a brief overview of the Care First Health Plan and also our REBA, Regional Behavioral Health Authority implementation coming up on October 1st. And I am representing both Arizona Complete Health and Care First Health Plan today. As part of our acknowledgement, we like to acknowledge that Care First honors, respects, and adheres to the sovereignty and self-determination of tribal nations and their diverse cultures in our service areas and across the state of Arizona. So the Care First Health Plan, in a nutshell, Care First Health Plan is an integrated healthcare health plan option for Medicaid beneficiaries in the northern region of Arizona. We cover both behavioral health and physical health services for those persons that choose our health plan on Medicaid. This is our service area within northern Arizona, and we serve all of the tribes located in these 5 counties. As you can see in the list here, is our coverage area for Care First. As part of to give you an outline of what our services look like as far as Arizona Complete Health goes, Zane mentioned that we are part of the Centene Corporation as our parent company, and our Arizona Complete Health family of plans in Arizona includes Ambetter, which is our marketplace health plan, WellCare and Allwell, which is our Medicare health plan. And then our Medicaid health plans includes Care First health plan, which covers Medicaid individuals as an option for Medicaid individuals in Northern Arizona, and Arizona Complete Health Complete Care Plan, which is an option for Medicaid members located in the Central and South Arizona. And Mr. Zane James also mentioned that Western Sky Community Care is our sister company in New Mexico and also covers the New Mexico portion of the Navajo Nation. Our mission and purpose at Arizona Complete Health and Centene is to transform the health of the community one person at a time. And our focus areas in doing that is focusing on individuals in each of our communities. And we're committed to whole health, so both physical and behavioral health services as part of our service platform, and also active local involvement. So and being engaged with communities and making that community outreach. Our Medicaid contract requirements as it relates to serving tribal communities that are included in our service areas is that, one, we have to ensure that all covered services are available to all Title 19 and Title 21, that's Medicaid and kids care, eligible American Indians, whether they live on or off reservation. We're also required to serve eligible American Indians on reservation with agreement from the tribe. And also we are required to work collaboratively with tribes to meet the service needs of tribal members enrolled with the health plan. And our contract, we hold our contract with Access at the state level. We have a holistic approach to healthcare. And so we're always, in the way that we work with the communities that we serve, is we're looking at our Access Complete Care contract requirements. We're looking at system of care issues, ensuring that our members can receive services and are aware of the services that they are entitled to and eligible for. And also internal collaboration, provider outreach. So working with training and education, coordination of care, and case management, as well as partnering with tribes and gathering feedback in all aspects of our organization and our service delivery system. We try to do as much tribal outreach and collaboration as we can, holding joint events, partnership in training and education, and also identifying and resolving service issues that may affect American Indian enrollees. So as far as accessing services, this is what the network looks like. Health plan options for American Indians in Arizona is currently they have a choice for those that are eligible for Medicaid, is they have a choice for an Access Complete Care plan, such as Care First or Arizona Complete Health. They also have the choice to choose the fee-for-service health program called American Indian Health Program. If individuals are designated seriously mentally ill, they can choose a regional behavioral health authority or a tribal regional behavioral health authority if one exists in the area that they reside. Now, regardless of which health plan the members choose, they can always choose to access their services through our provider network at Care First, Arizona Complete Health, or they can still receive their services at Indian Health Service Clinic, a tribal 638 behavioral health provider, or a tribal physical health provider, or all three or four facilities at the same time. So the American Indian member actually has many choices in how to receive their health care, and it is up to us as health plans to ensure that that care is coordinated with the member as well as the tribe if they are also affiliated with any tribal programs such as social services or behavioral health services for the tribe. Some resources for Care First services is community resources page. The link is here, as well as a link to find a provider in the Care First network, and also our member services phone number, our nurse advice line, and we also have a tribal warm line, which is a free phone support line for tribal members to call and have someone to talk to. This is not a crisis line, it is a peer support line, and that is available Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And now moving on to our regional behavioral health agreement overview and implementation. I'll provide some background information here. So Access Complete Care Regional Behavioral Health Agreements is an extension of the current contract, and these are also called ACC REBAs. And we are contracted and required to provide integrated physical and behavioral health services for individuals with serious mental illness. We're required to provide crisis services and oversee grant-funded services and court-ordered evaluations. What crisis services are, as delivered by the REBAs, is 24/7, 365 crisis telephone lines operated by trained crisis professionals. So this is a 24/7 crisis line. In addition to those crisis lines, we have 24/7 mobile teams that are staffed by behavioral health professionals who are dispatched to and travel to the individual experience of behavioral health crisis. And they can also provide an assessment, stabilization, and may triage the individual to a higher level of care as appropriate. Crisis services are available to anyone regardless of insurance. So the changes for Care First, and this is the implementation that I previously mentioned, and this will take effect on October 1st, is that we will be providing the integrated services to individuals with an SMI designation. We'll be overseeing the grant-funded services, and we'll also implement crisis services for Northern Arizona and also oversee court-ordered evaluations for non-tribal entities. As you may know, currently today, the REBA in Northern Arizona is Blue Cross Blue Shield Health Choice. They currently have the contract. On November 15th of last year, Care First Health Plan was awarded the contract by Access to serve as the REBA for Northern Arizona. And so our contract will go live on October 1st, 2022. So if you take a look at this map, you'll see on the left is the current map, and on the right is the map that will take effect October 1st. And you'll see the north right now, today is covered by Health Choice Arizona, and October 1st, Care First will be the health plan, will be the REBA for Northern Arizona. And then as you'll look at the map, some other changes as far as the REBA goes is that Gila and Pinal will move to Central, and then Arizona Complete Health also covers the South as a REBA as well. I wanted to include some of our tribal collaboration successful initiatives in the South. Arizona Complete Health has been a REBA in Arizona since 2005, and we worked with tribes in the South since 2005. So some of these areas that we have successfully developed and implemented with tribes, we're hoping to make available to tribes in Northern Arizona as well. And so one of those is working with tribes to develop a tribal peer support curriculum. And peer supports are staff persons that are utilized in substance use and behavioral health settings. And there are state approved curriculums available now. However, we're working with tribes to take it a step further so that tribes can also develop their own curriculum and adapt the curriculum to meet the needs of their tribes and also to be culturally responsive and for the needs of their tribal members. And we work with the tribes to get those curriculum also state approved so that then tribes are able to train and certify their own peer supports to work in those settings. As far as tribal crisis services in the South, with our long history, we've been able to establish partnerships, and we work in partnership with any already existing crisis services that are also run by the tribe. We work with tribes to develop crisis protocols, and we also work with tribes to deliver crisis training to tribal first responders. In some areas in the South that are a little bit more rural, such as the Tohono O'odham Nation or the San Carlos Apache tribe, because it is a requirement to ensure that crisis services are available to tribes both on and off reservation, we worked with those tribes to overcome some of the challenges like the long distances or the rural reservations by placing on-site crisis mobile teams in key areas of those reservations. And we've also worked with the Donautam Nation as they've requested a dedicated tribal crisis line specifically for their nation and their tribal members to utilize. And so all of these areas, we're looking forward to working with tribes in the north to discuss some of these items. And because of our local approach, we very much like to work with tribal communities separately to ensure that we're meeting their needs when it relates to service delivery and accessing services. So in preparation for REBA implementation right now, we are meeting with, across the CareFirst organization, we're meeting with county, community, and tribal stakeholders, which we're doing today as providing information and also the overview. We're hoping to establish ongoing meetings with stakeholders and to gather feedback on the implementation as well. As far as tribal outreach and my team, we're looking to establish partnerships and meet tribal providers, organizations, and departments, establish those partnerships. We're wanting to discuss the possibility of developing service delivery protocols for tribes and processes for service delivery. And also along with that, develop crisis protocols and processes for ensuring that these services are available on the reservation. And also, as another step, developing MOUs for services on tribal lands. Here's my contact information. And I'll add also that currently we have an opening for, I'm the primary contact for this implementation currently, but we are currently recruiting for a tribal liaison that will represent our Northern Arizona operations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Mr. James, does that complete the presentation?
Honorable Chair So and members of the committee, yes, it does. And again, we really wanted to highlight the coming work that CareFirst will be doing on the Arizona side on Navajo and also Arizona Complete Health. So that does complete our presentation. If you have any questions, we stand for questions and yeah.
Committee members, any questions?
Chair.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Shiet, Mr. James, and it was a pleasure to meet you virtually. Shana, thank you. Shitsui. My question is, can you elaborate a little bit more on your engagement plans and getting out at the community level to explain your plans and what services are offered under the Arizona programs and what is, I guess, unique to your organization and the value adds that you're trying to add to our people? Thank you.
Yes, this is Sheena. Thank you for the question. At this point, we are making our initial outreach to tribes to gather recommendations for our outreach regarding the implementation. I think our goal as we move closer to October 1st is to find opportunities to gather feedback on this implementation, the services that we provide. So today I hope to provide a more high-level general overview, but hopefully, in the future that we can get meetings with appropriate persons within the tribe and discuss some of those ground level protocols and processes, and hearing from the tribes, the departments, tribal departments, and community how they like to see this work. And so we are open to those types of recommendations for our next steps in how this should look. And if it's a service that is wanted by the Navajo Nation, and we'll do what we can to meet those needs as we move forward.
Mr. Chair, this is Zane. May I elaborate?
You may. Go ahead, Mr. James.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and also Shajat and Mr. Slater here for the question. One of the other approaches that we'd like to take as well is I think the uniqueness of Centene having a footprint both in Arizona and New Mexico is we've kind of established some of those relationships already from the New Mexico side. And what really gives us a unique approach to all of this is Centene allows me to transfer into Arizona, working with Western Sky Community Care. I am assisting Shayna and getting her connected to the grassroots organizations. So we will be reaching out to your agency council meetings, chapter meetings, if need be. Additionally, probably one of the most important things is reaching out to the IHS facilities, the 638 facilities. We are aware that there is a 638 organization that is currently working. Also, the individual IHS facilities on the Arizona side to really make those connections. And we're really out of respect for the Navajo Nation. We wanted to first the Health Education Human Services Committee. This will then open up the doors for us to meet with the likes of Dr. Jill Jim, the executive leadership on the executive staff, and really highlight the unique approach that Care First is going to move forward with. Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Slater Shajak.
Committee members, any other questions?
Chair.
Honorable Carl Slater, go ahead.
Thank you, Shania. I appreciate the deference to the committee and to Central Navajo through the Department of Health. I think that's important when you recognize that we are a sovereign nation. That said, it sounds like you both are from here in Deep Navajo. You know the importance of reaching out at that local level. So I applaud you for planning to attend those agency council meetings. I think they're a really valuable way to reach a lot of leadership at one time, and just to ensure that you have adequate translation at those meetings, and then set up times to go beyond the agency council meetings and get into the chapters. We've definitely had presentations within my district from all sorts of health entities, and that I think is incredibly valuable to letting folks know, what they can obtain either through you or, through someone else, but what the program is through Arizona. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Any questions? There isn't any to establish a motion to accept the report.
Motion, Wanika.
Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika is accepted.
Second.
Second is Honorable Paul Begay. Any comments, questions? Going once? Going twice? Okay, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Elder Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halota votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. She just texted me that she's in a chapter meeting chair. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair is voting. Thank you, Ms. Yellow Hair Flores and Mr. Zane James. Thank you. Committee members.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Thank you.
so we go to item 6, new business, there being none. We go to 7, old business, there being none. We go to number 8, close of meeting. Within that item, next meetings.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Miss Angelita Benali.
Mr. Chair, the revised agenda, the scheduling of the next HESI work session regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services and the contract and grants that are tied to legislation 0020-22. Put that under new business since there would be an action by the committee, as well as considering the rescheduling of the next Health, Education, Human Services Committee regular meeting that's scheduled for Wednesday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. Mr. Chair. And that also would also a action by the committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, committee members, at yesterday's work session, we informed social services that we would meet in a work session on June 20th at 11 a.m. to address the balance of getting a report on the reversion of the contracts that are housed within Division of Social Services. What Ms. Benali is saying we need to do is take official action to schedule that work session so that she can write the memo to get the speaker's approval, and to also give notice to OMB and OOC.
I'll motion for the 20th, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Delegate Paul Begay. Okay, that won't need discussion. Let's just take it to a vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison De Renica votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Chair, vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. In a text message, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon texts us that he will be convening a special meeting of NABI on June 22 at 10 a.m. So my recommendation is we reschedule. And the recommendation is for June 27th. 23rd and 24th is not available because there's a petition to schedule a special session of Navajo Nation Council to address legislation 0086-20. And that's for the 23rd and the 24th. So that makes the next available day as June 27th. What are your thoughts?
Chair, the 27th and the 28th are out for me. We have a regional planning meeting for all my chapters taking place both days, but I don't want to hold up the committee. The 29th, I presume, we'll have our meeting, and then the 30th, I believe, would be free because that's not the fourth Thursday of the month. So if that is, that'd be my preference. Otherwise, I think the committee can proceed without me. Thank you.
27 is okay for me, Monica.
So on the 27th, it will work for me as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Benoli.
I have the, I didn't receive the text message from Speaker Damon. However, there is a Navajo committee special meeting invite, and it's indicating that the Navajo committee is going to begin at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And it's my understanding through Mr. Rico that that way it would give time for committees to have their meetings in the morning.
Yeah, rather than rushing, I'd rather we reschedule.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So 27th, 3 of us, we need a quorum.
This is Delegate. Yeah, I'm fine with 27.
Okay, thank you. Che. Sorry about that, Vice Chair Slater. You know, you'll do good at your regional meeting. With that, committee members, if we could get a motion in a second.
Motion, Monica.
Yes, thank you.
Second, Delegate Paul.
Motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Paul Begay, a third by Honorable Alona. To meet on June 27th in lieu of the June 22nd meeting. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable Green.
Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Yeah, I know,
Honorable
I know what.
Edison J.
I keep cutting it off. And you keep cutting
Honorable
it off.
Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Though, that would be a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. And that brings us to, and Ms. Benali, the one item that Honorable Winika brought to our attention about one of the schools. Please get with him on the details. That item will be on the agenda for the 27th.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chair. And would that also include the controller's office giving a report on the non-payments from Navajo Nation?
Yes,
For some of the
yes,
programs?
thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
And committee members, if any issues pop up, coordinate with Vice Chair Slater, myself, and Ms. Benali. Okay. That brings us to item number 8.
Motion to adjourn.
Was that Mr. Mose?
No, sir, that was Honorable Winika, sir.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Edison Winika. Do I hear a second?
Second, now you're the game.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. No debate, no discussion. Only a point of privilege would interrupt that. Okay, no point of privilege. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Whoever Green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 2:29 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Committee members, stay safe. Don't be out in the heat of the day. And take care of yourself. We need each other. We are adjourned.